Так, ребят, всем здорово. Всем здорово. Время 7 утра. 7 утра. Так. Я могу вообще все фильтры выключить же по факту, да? Ну да, вроде как. Так, сейчас я звук проверю по фасту. Вроде все ок, а вроде не все ок. Можно оставить шумодав, попробовать. Но остальное, в принципе-то, и не нужно. Да? Ини, привет. Так, сейчас, секунду, ребят. Ёшки-матрёшки, называется, отошел окна закрыть. Нифига тут людей набежало, вы шо тут? Ой, так. Начинать-то мы уже начали. Осталось продолжить. Так. Все равно холодно, ее пошли. Кажется, то, что сегодня на улице будет дождик. У меня есть такое подозрение. Да, сегодня дождик. Хотя плюс-минус тепло. По крайней мере, теплее, чем вчера.
My intuition tells me that something very interesting is about to happen.
Такс. С тобой все понятно. Вот с дедом не совсем все понятно. Ему надо получше аксессуары. А то что-то как-то грустно максимально. Гидроурон. А ты уже у нас в ВМС, по-моему, да, собираешься? Вообще. Так, я хотел подойти к алхимическому столу. Сделать пока на все это густой смолы. Что мне на дед не хватает? Мне на деда, по-моему, прям чуть-чуть не хватает, если не ошибаюсь. Прям чуть-чуть. Прям чуть-чуть.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Так, осталось корляпис и 8 базальтовых колонн. Это геогипостазисы нужны. А корляпис у нас где? Интерактивная карта. Мне нужна интерактивная карта. Спасибо. Так, и мне.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
И мне нужны... Где они? А, тут поиски есть. Ёпрст. Корляпис. Вот он. Корляпис, вот он. Это мне получается куда надо? Это мне получается в Лию-Э. А от Лию-Э... Сейчас я пойму, где я. Так, телепорт, точки телепортации. Хорошо, так лучше. Гора Хулау. Вот сюда мне надо. И получается, от карты мне прям здесь это все находится. Да, все нашел. Хорош. Сколько мне там корляпис нужно набрать?
Osmanthus wine.
19 штук. Так, это я собрал. Значит, мне вон в ту еще сторону. Там еще курляпис есть где-то. Если я его тут весь не этот, так скажем. Он же тут должен быть? А, нет, он чуть подальше. А тут, по-моему, я его добывал. Да, я тут весь его добывал. Ладно. Так, где у нас еще есть точки с курляписом хорошие? Около вот этого телепорта мало. Хотя, не, нормально. Пойдет. Пойдет. Туда вниз. Тут должен быть курляпис. Где-то. Тут. Да? Или нет? Или ниже? А, ниже. Тут один кусочек где-то вот в той стороне. Я думаю, тоже за ним не пойду. Вот курляпис. Тут вот начинается. Ладно, не будем занимать дебилизмом. Это не двуруч. Это не двуруч. Так, где еще? Тут, да. Вот тут. Потом вот тут. Где-то. Да, вот он. О, здорово, ребят. Всё, хорош. Итого сколько уже? Осталось чуть-чуть. Где еще есть? Да, лежу. Прям чтоб много было. На острове с боссом есть. И озеро Лухуа. Мне нужно на озеро Лухуа. Вот сюда. Думаю, даже за сегодня джунгли можно будет даже прокачать. Но это не точно. Кто опять? Саку. Что ему нужно? Что опять за рандомные заходы? Блядь. Нет бы зашел на стрим, зашел, поставил лайк. Обидно. Где там еще курляпис? Он еще ниже по карте. Там. Там. Право надо. Надо так. Подожди, я запутался. Должен быть справа вот там. Где-то. Где там? Подожди, где Корляпис? Ага. Один тут, один там. Нормас. Кстати, вообще говорят, то, что Кандаки, по-моему, хорошо долбит камушки. На ешку. Ну, типа. Что-то я, походу, где-то не разобрался. Как Кандаки собирать камушки. Ладно. Так, еще есть сверху вот этой... Что это вообще? Фиг его знает, что это такое. Ладно. Я уже не помню, было что-то где-то там в Adobe задании, по-моему. Ладно. Вот здесь должен быть, да? Или еще выше? Якобы тут. Хотя может быть и выше. Но по всей видимости выше. Ну да, он выше. Ладно, погнали наверх. Так, Корляпис, ты тут? Че, он выше, что ли? Я ж вроде вообще в этой точке стою. Ну да. Он должен быть тут. Кто свистнул Корляпис? Дождь пошел. Интересно.
Stay warm, or you'll catch a cold.
Ну, сверху-то уж ничего не должно быть. Ну, где Корляпис, который тут должен быть, я что-то не понимаю реально. Корляпис, вернись. Это я типа сейчас даже не смогу поджечь. Ну, походу, да. Ладно. Ладно. Допустим. Тут тоже Корляписа нету, правильно же понимаю? Он где-то должен быть снизу, а где? У меня, конечно, есть вариант, то, что он в самой пещере. Не в пещере, а вот тут. В развалинах.
There's no end to this. Done.
Шли, шли так хорошо. Плюс сундук.
See, just follow my intuition.
А где курлёпис, я так и не понял. Классно. Ну, там сундук есть, оказывается, еще. Да как попасть? Без окошек. Ладно.
Oh, it's all coming out now.
Ладно, тут курлёпис я больше не найду. Хорошо. Пу-пу-пу. Где тут что это? Гора Тянхынь. Пен. Окей. Так. Где оно должно быть? Тут нет, там нет. А где? А, я вообще не сюда пришел, мне сюда. Окей.
Let's just
Мне
hope the rain
сюда,
hasn't
и
washed all the
здесь
clues
должен
away.
быть курлёпис. Где? Покажите мне его. Я его заберу. Отлично.
Gather.
Too easy.
Yeah.
Хорош. Так. Дальше куда? Дальше вниз по карте. Вон туда. Там есть тоже курлёпис. Вот здесь. Где-то. Только где? Прям вот тут показывает. Вроде. Там снизу, что ли? Нет. Нет. А где? Подожди, я что-то не понимаю. Где курлёпис? Вот это место. Тут должен быть курлёпис. Где он? Показывается, что вот тут должен быть курлёпис. А они его дели. Пипец. Ладно. Ладно, окей, хорошо, допустим. Так. Карту верните по-братски, спасибо. Так. Где ну вот эти оставшиеся курлёпис? Вот тут. Вверх по карте. Там должен быть. Ребята, покажите мне, пожалуйста, где у вас корляпис. Он мне нужен. Монетки — это хорошо. Много монеток еще лучше. Так, итого. Где корляпис? Он выше. Здесь, да? Вроде да. Вот он. Хорошо. Один, точнее два вон там, в той стороне. В той стороне две штучки. Так. Ага, вижу один и вижу второй. Красиво. Ё-моё. Так. Куда мышка пропала? Еще выше есть. Это у нас где? Ровно назад. Погнали.
Solidify. I will have order. Can't fool me.
Нет, подожди, нам точно не вниз. Пока что. Наверх надо забраться. Пошли. Здорово, мужик. Проснешься, не? Так, окей. А где этот? Йоку. Ну, скорее всего, вообще сверху. Куда попасть-то? Я не understand немножко.
Crumble.
Что здесь сделать нужно? А, вот Геокул. Все, окей. Виноват, слепой. Просыпается. Пока ты проснешься, я убегу уже. Так. Так. Вот тут должен быть корляпис теории. Да, вот он.
Stabilize.
Ну, вот тут еще один корляпис.
Pin them down.
Так. И еще один. Вот тут прям. Не обманули? Или я не там? Вроде бы там, но его тут нет. Или он выше? Не, я туда не полезу. Спасибо. Я туда не полезу, спасибо. Так, ладно. Что у нас в итоге? Дед, сколько тебе еще корляписа надо? Тебе 2 штучки нужно, серьезно? Не, я его добуду. Я его 100% добуду. Только где? А. Нифига себе, тут залежь курляписа, оказывается, есть где. Подожди, это мне сюда и вот сюда. Окей. И вон туда.
Unsolicited, and all the more valuable for it.
Так, подожди. Сто процентов я сейчас тут обойду все. Мне вот сюда надо вообще. Мне надо вон туда. Ну, наверх забраться нужно 100%. Ждем. Я там пока не вижу курляписа издалека. Так, и 3 вот здесь еще сверху есть. Окей. О, геовишек. Братан.
Solidify.
Let's light it up.
И куда? Отлично.
See, just follow my
В смысле? А это за что достижение? 160 сундуков на драконьем крите. Ёптить. И у меня, типа, еще одно достижение. И все? Мне кажется, нет. Орляпис должен быть где-то тут-то. 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 А, нет, подожди. Показано, что вот тут он есть. Ну где, типа, снизу? Снизу не может быть. Максимум вон там у горки. Тут тоже нет. А тут-то есть хотя бы? На вот этом островке. Тоже что-то не видно. Меня наедали, походу. По-другому я это сказать не могу. Почему показано то, что он есть вот там под водой? Я, походу, что-то не понимаю. Ладно. Возможно, он тут есть, но где-то типа там под землей, еще что-нибудь. Ладно, пошли в деревню Цицины. Цинца, извиняюсь, Цицины. Нифига себе. Я чё, стал цыганом? Цыганом? Так, а тут где? О! Ура!
Stabilize.
Ура! Ура. На деда все собрали. Осталось только колонны.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Остались только колонны. Так, на Хейдза что у нас там? Аникабута, на Беннета цветки.
Benny's adventure to
От тебя фиг знает. Тебя мы прокачаем чисто круточку получить. Я смогу. Давай. Сейчас чисто на нее все солью. Ну да. Красота. Так, что тебе нужно? Окей.
I feel it.
Окей, так. Получаем награду за возвышение. Далее, кого еще можно вкачать? Там дофига кого, по-моему, меня вкачать можно. Так. Ема это что? Пир гипостазиса. Окей. А награду там не дают. Понял. Смысла нет. Сахароза, Диона, Сара, Фиш, Лиза, Калей, Мона. Мону нужно вкачать. Так, давай 3 вот этих. Хорош.
This was or
Линет, давай. У меня нету одного кусочка вот этого. Окей. Лини, да. Я отошел окна закрыть. Холодно было. Нужно всех до 20-го апнуть.
Ta-da! No. Oh, fine.
Кто такой Геншин, не знаю. Привет, Флаффи. Так, 4 персонажа есть на возвышение. Подожди, секунду. А разве я не могу Дори возвысить? Могу. Во.
Does this mean you're investing in me?
Да.
Do not see.
И мне нужно убить этого Анема, кого-нибудь, с кого падают кусочки маленькие. Либо сходить к Челу, который алхимик. Алхимствол мне нужен. Обменять что-нибудь на что-нибудь. Мне нужно 2 анема кусочка. 2 анема маленьких кусочка. Чего тут? Ох. Во, вот так вот. Отлично. Так, колеи. Нет, все. Подожди. Нет, не колеи. Еще Диону можно возвысить. Давай Диону еще возвысим. Фарузан. Линет.
My perception.
Остальные вроде... Гора. И вроде больше некого. Да, сейчас я заберу. На Кею мне нужно убивать криопапоротники. Окей. На синчу океаниды. Цветочки. Забираю. У меня пока все восстанавливается. Я специально в самом начале стрима это все взял. Так, вроде все. Точно все. Да, вроде да.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as
Спасибо,
I
дед,
remember.
ты, как всегда, вовремя. Так, чё по круткам? 8 круток. 8 круток. Можно, в принципе, сейчас потратить 360, ой, 380 примагемов и крутануть десятку. Ну, уже нельзя. Окей. Меч флейта, хорошо. Розария С1. Отлично. Меч Какахи. Меч Какахи. Книга. Вот это, кстати, на саппорта хорошая книга. Всё. Окей. Получили что-то типа. Что-то типа. Так. Так. Есть круток. Может, конечно, деда крутануть, и, скорее всего, выпадет дед. Но я что-то не хочу его крутить. С2 дед, конечно, круто, но...
Where do you want to go next?
Но нет. Не, я не хочу его из этого... А, С2 даже. Не-не-не, прикол в чем? Я хочу крио этого каталиста. Я как раз к апдейту
I have a few
4.1
references.
подкоплю все это. У меня там почти этот рядышком все. Это вот первая, вторая, третья, четвертая, пятая, шестая, седьмая, восьмая, девятая, 10, 11, 12, 13. 12 полных страниц. Это у нас получается что? 50, 60 круток. 61 крутка выкручена. И там прям вот следующие 10 круток это вроде стопроцентный гарант, потому что я еще крутил там в 3 какой-то, как только пустыня вышла, там пытался кого-то покрутить. Поэтому не. Деда я крутить точно не хочу. А меч флейта он вообще на кого? Под синчу? У меня синчу собран в этот восстановление энергии. Друг вчера выбил деда. Это хорошо. Это прекрасно. Так. Мне нужен билд. Билды, 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 билды. У тебя только линия? Ну, линиш это тоже хорошо. Райден тоже прикольная. Ну, я тоже мне лень копить, но как видишь, я уже откопил 4300 и 10 обычных. 4300 это у нас сколько? Это 26 круток. У меня сейчас 36 круток есть.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Кстати, а чего у меня вообще на Синчоу стоит из этих из артефактов? Ну, такое себе на самом деле. Подожди, это у нас кто? Перо ученого? Ученый? А, даже так я могу сделать. О, увеличивает скорость восстановления энергии на 40%. Вот это жестко. И оно вообще ничего не вкачанное. Неплохо. О, да, весело. Весело, да. Весело будет. Крит урон 56. У меня на Хейдзе, я помню, когда-то такой же был крит урон. Выбить бы на бонусный урон. Какой-нибудь хороший золотой кубок. Был бы вообще прекрасно. Так, что у меня там по заданиям? А, у меня же еще ежедневные есть. Отлично. Пошли. Пошли. Да ты на столб лезешь. У тебя какая-то мания, что ли, дед? Ты шо? На столбы просто любят лазить, это нормально. Мне, кстати, вообще как, громко, не громко? Ну, вроде нормально меня слышно. Я вот если тихо разговариваю... Не, если я тихо разговариваю, мне вообще фигово слышно. Вроде нормально настроил по звуку. Плюс-минус. Должно быть все слышно. Род. Надо, наверное, сходить все задания эти мира принять. А потом задолбаться от того, сколько их будет. И начать их выполнять. Вот это будет жестко и грустно. Как мне тебя смотреть? Что, типа осмотрел?
All I can think about is Diluc.
Это цветы, это не Немрод. Ладно. Это бред. Какой-то бред. Чисто на мужика посмотреть пришли и все.
For those that live too long, the
Окей. Хорошо, допустим.
Let's light it up!
Цветочек. Трава светяшка. Восемь монстров. Окей.
Solidify.
Let's light it up!
Глеб, здорово. Ема, они еще вдвоем его хилят. Как дела? Да, все хорошо. После стрима, благо, выспался. И вот опять, так скажем, стрим. Так, еще монстров победить. Пошли. Там уже горят, нормас.
Yield! Grant us your blessing!
Fracture.
А, все. Окей. И еще 8 монстров. Пошли. Уже почти 7-й ранг на Европе, нифига себе. А ты решил на Европу перейти? Нифига себе ты. Вот ты мне сказал ранг 7, потом я посмотрел на число зрителей на ютубе, их 5, и мне такой 5-й ранг почему-то, я такой, ладно. Почти 52-й. Ну, у всех свои заморочки. Я сижу на 48-м.
Solidify.
Let's light it up!
Просто кто-то говорил то, что на Азии выбивать более легче, чем на Европе, из-за того, что китайцы любят своих. Восьмой ранг. Ну, это меняет все. Там же, по-моему, до 15-го ранга там играть что-то типа часов 10 вроде. Потом начинается хардкор.
Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for completing.
Спасибо. Так. Задание легенд. А, точно, ключ забрать надо. Забрать ключ и открыть казуху. Казуха открыта, значит, открываем не казуху. Гамбала. Кто? Кого открыть-то? Давайте с самого начала открывать будем. Войните, получается. Габелла, Габелла. Габелла, да. Так. Нет, сейчас я хочу попроходить сюжетку, а потом заняться болью. Так, для этого... Ага. Какое задание? Рыжий клен нужно? Окей. Что я не выполняю задание легенд? Потому что пока что прохожу сюжетку. Коль пока могу сюжетку проходить, буду проходить сюжетку. А потом начну издеваться над собой, собирая ранар и... Да. И убиваться в сраку. Так, подожди. Да ёпар СТ, я не могу ту кнопку нажать. Все, мне сюда. Пошли. Что я тыкаю, куда я жмал? О, ящерица. Ну, как ты видишь, я начинаю проходить задание легенд просто потому, что мне нужно закончить сюжетку этого, того самого, Сумеру.
Hello.
You're looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all. Well, we took the small vessels into Rito on a routine supply run, only this time, as soon as we entered the harbor, we ran into... If it's because of that battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too, but I don't see her getting this kind of attention. Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even...
Oh, so you...
I've heard bits and pieces. It's something...
Сейчас, короче, с этого момента я собираю все задания мира, которые увижу. Вообще все.
He was called away earlier by some people from... I thought they'd come to arrest him at first.
Just a little while
Интересно,
ago,
может дойти
you
до
were
того
the
момента,
first
когда
one
задания
to see the
мира
video.
закончатся вообще все?
Thank you. Guess what?
All right then.
Что? Подожди, чего? Молодые побеги на старые ветви? Подожди. Молодые побеги на старые ветви. Это что? Подожди, это что за задание? Весело. Это мне сейчас нужно один квест пройти, потом другой квест пройти, потом третий квест пройти. Ёпрст. Леня, окей, давай. Там, удачки тебе. Буду ждать. Ёпрст. Вот это сейчас веселье начнется сюжетное. Стрим про Фонтейн. Открываем Сумеру. А ходим по Инадзуме. Вот это, я считаю, тема. Я, наверное, все-таки, с вашего позволения, включу в себя опять все на колонках, а то я, мягко говоря, устану сидеть в наушниках. Ой, громко очень. Ай-яй-яй, громко. Стайлос, здорово. Доброго времени. Ну, стрим уже имбовый по одной простой причине. Мы должны быть в Фонтейне. Оказывается, мы допроходим Сумеру, а гуляем по Инадзуме.
Okay. Thanks, Ibai. I apologize that your impromptu visit comes at a busy time for us, Commissioner. Otherwise, you can be sure that we would have prepared a more extravagant reception.
I don't mean to impose, Sir Cujo. In fact, I'm
Ребят,
not
если
here on official
чё,
business at all.
там
I
это...
heard the good news about yourself and
Скажите,
Lady
там звук
Hiragi.
слышно, не
What a
слышно?
glorious marital alliance this shall be. Given the
Через
close
микрофон,
ties between
я об
our
этом.
clans, it seemed only right that I should
Показать
come and
Хейдза?
offer the
У меня
Kamisato
плохой
clan's
Хейдза.
congratulations in person.
Очень
Truly
плохой
honored.
Хейдза.
I hope the news didn't come as too much of a surprise.
Hey there! We came to congratulate you as well.
Since the incident with the Takatsukasa clan, things in the Tenryou Commission have I'm still acclimating to the position of acting head of the clan.
You're far too modest. The public thinks very highly of you. They say your hard work.
I'm flattered, but I wouldn't have achieved anything without the support of my people.
Well, you're certainly making big progress in that department.
Come on now, you're embarrassing me.
Все в последнее время смущаются. Я вот
pardon me,
сколько уже не заметил, тут все смущаются.
It's perfectly all right.
Все няшки
Please,
стесняшки.
continue. I'm quite content to listen. It's a joyous occasion. Light-hearted is exactly how things should be. Really, who stays stony-faced when talking about a wedding?
You're right. But I am curious to know, what's your honest opinion on the whole thing? Do you think it's too sudden?
Of course not. Where there is true love, nothing should be allowed to stand in its way. No doubt people will offer you a colorful variety of opinions. But of course, you will have factored this into your decision, and I'm sure you are prepared for whatever challenges may lie ahead.
Indeed I am.
So please be
имба.
confident. When your mind is made up, you ought not be worried about things for
Шикарно.
which you are already well prepared. Nevertheless, there is just one small aspect of this that
Please, go ahead.
you've been working hard to bring the Tenryou Commission in line. If you choose now, of all moments, to announce a marriage between the Hiragi and Kujo clans, the kinds of rumors that may begin to spread both among the general public.
Yeah. Couldn't have put it better myself, Sir Kamisato. This has been my biggest concern for quite a while. Hiragi Shinsuke is firmly against me having any contact at all with Chisato. In the past, we've always had to commute, so although now may not look like the best timing for this marriage, it may well be the only opportunity we have.
Oh, that guy? Yeah, he acts like this.
I can see where you're coming from, but you're only postponing the problem.
Yes, I'm well aware of that. Well, sort of. She raised the idea in a letter, and after... It's funny, actually, because when I formally proposed to her in person...
Huh? Really?
She didn't say. She just acted confused by the whole thing. She really committed to it.
Oh.
Anyway, as her boyfriend, I knew she was just pretending, so I played along and said, I was only joking about... After making some disgruntled noises about me making a stupid joke, she blushed and said
Okay. So you discussed it and decided on a date.
We did.
Сколько
I
мне
guess
понадобилось времени, чтобы открыть
it was a
все
chance
в
to
смысле, все
finally... And you know what? I think it was about time.
миры.
No matter what happens next, I will always be there for her as...
Oh, give me a break. Sorry, but Paimon's been wanting to say this the whole time. Is it just this dude, or does everyone in love act like this? He just won't stop talking.
Apologies, my friends. And also to Sir Kamisato.
Far from it. On the contrary, seeing you, no surer evidence could there be of your true feelings and your commitment. I wish you a joyous wedding when the...
Yeah, even if it's kinda irritating to see you all smug like this.
Thank you all. It means a lot.
We have some other business to attend to now.
Very well. I'll see you out.
А я-то зачем? Не надо со мной болтать,
He
пожалуйста. Я
seems
хочу
busy.
быстрее
That
выполнить
must be
всё.
true for anyone about.
You're right. Kujo Kamaji is on... What do you think, traveler? He chalked it up to her being coy, but... That doesn't sound like the... It bothers me also. But, unfortunately...
Yeah, how come? Whenever we come across stuff.
I see. So that's how adventurers think. In my opinion, we face two obstacles in this case. Firstly, we have very little information to go on. And secondly, and more importantly, the person involved does... If we intervene without his blessing, good intentions may lead to catastrophic results.
You do have a point. Kamaji.
Everything in the world is intertwined. What looks like a simple outcome is often the result of multiple conflating reasons. Seeking the full truth would be a long and laborious process. It would be inefficient. Sort of. I have to take this approach, or the work of the Yashiro Commissioner would never be done. My opinion is something like this. When something strange happens, if the outcome is positive, and no one was deceived or harmed in the process, then it is accepted. We don't know yet. After all, we don't know what Hiragi Chisato's thoughts are. I have to say, I'm impressed by your ability to zero in on the issue from such a short meeting.
Ему, кажется, уже
Most
час идет.
insightful of you.
Huh? But Chisato and Kamaji have already talked.
Only if we are to take Kujo Kamaji at his word. But there are two. I wish to know Hiragi Chisato's angle on this.
Huh. Makes sense.
Don't worry about it. I was planning to visit the Hiragi clan to deliver my best wishes anyway. If she's as committed as Kujo Kamaji, perhaps... Well, life isn't always a smooth journey.
Окей. Остров Рито. Подожди. А, он все-таки островом считается, ладно. Я думал, это полуостров. А вообще, хлеб, если ты еще тут, чтобы открыть все локации, можно, наверное, потратить часов 5. Чтобы
There is
просто их
still much
открыть,
to prepare for the
не
wed.
изучать
Should
я
we
фиг
also
знает, там
invite some
очень
prominent
много времени
business
надо.
leaders who frequently visit Rito?
At the very least, we should send them invitations.
I agree. Ah, hello there, Yashiro Commissioner. To what do we owe the honor on this fine day?
As it happens, I'm here regarding the same wedding I believe I heard you discussing just now. Would Lady Hiragi happen to be available at this moment?
All ladies entertaining guests right now, and we're not in...
But please, do come in. We will arrange some tea and snacks for you and your attendant.
Hey, Paimon is not an attendant.
You misunderstand. We don't wish to impose. We'll just wander around. Apologies for the interruption while you're busy with preparations.
Nonsense,
Подождите один
Commissioner.
день, да.
We're merely
Вы
doing the
можете
best we
войти.
can.
When the
Всё
time
как
comes,
обычно.
we'll invite
Всё
everyone in the
как
clan
обычно
and even the
будет.
general public to attend.
That sounds splendid. We'll leave you to it.
Take care, Commissioner.
Seems like you guys talked a lot without actually saying
А,
anything.
нет, все-таки не подождите, ладно. А, скоротайте
Hence why
время.
I dislike
Ну,
small
по
talk.
факту то же самое.
Our timing was not ideal.
Oh, it's Toki.
Ah, it's you. Good to see you. It seems like you're always showing up with a VIP in tow.
Oh? So you know the owner...
Yep, we tried his dango milk a while back with the almighty Shogun and...
Ah, I see. So you were involved in that. I'd caught wind of this dango milk, but I didn't know that it had anything to do with you two. I always order one of his creative drinks whenever I pass the stall. The flavor is always new and interesting. When I noticed he'd set up shop in Rito, I simply had to come by.
Thanks to you all, my business is finally beginning to take off. It gave me the confidence to decide that I'm going to stick to creative cuisine from now on. On the one hand, I wanted more people to be able to try out my culinary creations, so I gave it a lot of thought, and finally...
Sounds interesting.
I've decided to give complete creative control to the customer. I offer all sorts of ingredients, and they pick and... As well as dango, I now offer rice cake, purple potato balls, black sugar, and sunsettia.
Do they really all go well with milk? Hard to imagine, but...
What if I were to choose some ingredients you don't have here? Would...
Well, I guess so. The whole idea was to let my customers express their creativity freely. So of course, I shouldn't place restrictions on the ingredients if I could...
Excellent. There are a few lavender melon, seagrass, and sea ganoderma.
Грибы.
What? You want to mix
Только они
those with
сладковатые.
milk?
I do indeed.
You really think that's gonna turn...
It's all about the experience. The taste is secondary. It's great to try new things. Traveler, any thoughts?
Sounds like a risky choice. Are you sure? What?
3 milks with lavender melon, please.
No problem. Give me a...
Оригинальное молоко.
Here, your milk is ready.
Yep, just as Paimon suspected.
I think it tastes all right. It makes me feel
Your review seemed pretty positive, but Paimon still thinks...
Taste is your key concern.
Obviously! Tasty food and drinks are some of life's most...
Well said. If I could say the same was true for me, I believe I'd be a very yes. No one has unlimited energy, and I try to conserve mine for the things that really count. Having my sister attend public events in my stead, and having Toma as housekeeper has also been a great help.
We're just passing the time here, though, right? Is there any...
1 or 2 things. Let's continue this discussion. I noticed something before we left the Hiragi clan's residence. No, it was just a small detail. I was curious to know their thoughts on the wet. Naturally, they responded that all other clans are happy for the Hiragi clan. But that's not the truth.
What do you mean?
Hiragi Shinsuke is still in prison, meaning the Kanjo Commission is the least stable in the Tri-Commission. Hiragi Chisato is the sole remaining pillar of her clan, but now she plans to marry into the Kujo clan. If I belonged... But they didn't mention a word about... I imagine they didn't want to discuss family issues in front of outsiders. But still, the more I think back over that conversation, the more it doesn't... Keep a close eye on them.
Yes, sir.
Whoa! Where did you come from?
This is one of my most trusted members of the Shumatsuban. He's been quietly watching...
Merely doing my duties, sir.
Keep a close watch on the clan representative.
Well received.
Oh, and I almost forgot. That milk I just had? Please order 1 more.
As you wish, sir.
Oh no, poor Toma.
Sir Kamisato, Lady Hiragi's previous engagement is now concluded.
Thank you kindly. Let's go and see Hiragi Chisato.
Пошли.
Chisato?
I heard that Sir Kamisato had brought some guests, but I didn't know.
It's been a while, Lady Hiragi. How have you been faring?
This is a rare privilege, Sir Kamisato. It is not often that I have a chance to meet you, let alone here in the comfort of my own home. You must be so busy. Thank you so much for taking the time to...
But of course. The Tri-Commission are the servants of the Shogun, and we should look out for one another. In fact, we visited... Perhaps his joy is infectious, for I am now feeling rather elated myself.
Thank you for your kind words. This was not an easy decision to make. We will both have... I'm sure the news will cause something of a stir. But come what may, we will start...
Sounds like things are pretty tough for you, Chisato.
Yes. But Kamaji has been so supportive. His promises of comfort...
It sounds like you have some considerable...
Yes. Well, in case you were wondering, I was not actually entertaining VIPs just now. I was, in fact...
Oh! Really?
Mm-hmm. He charged in all of a sudden and said that he had something very important to tell me. He didn't mince his words. Basically, he doesn't want me to He has always been a calm and contained person who never acts out of line. But despite all that, what he was saying made a lot of sense. He pointed out that I am like the final pillar propping up my clan. If I marry into the Kujo clan, that pillar is taken away.
It's just two families becoming one big...
Traditionally, in Inazuma, clan affiliation influences every facet of life. After the wedding, Lady Hiragi will belong to the Kujo clan. The Kanjo Commission's attitude toward you may...
Precisely. This is a terrible thing. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I'm making my guests listen to me
No problem at all. The Yashiro Commission has a duty to listen to you. Now, we heard from Sir Kujo that but we've also heard that you did not write that letter. Sir Kujo...
What? But that was... It was just a prop in his playful proposal, wasn't it? It was clear...
Fancy lettering, you say? So I am to understand that had it not been for this letter, you'd...
When it comes down to it...
Sir Kujo maintains that the letter was penned by your hand.
Huh?
Either way, it's wonderful to see how much you both trust one another. Who knows? Perhaps Sir Kujo was the one being coy. After...
I understand. But my position does matter. But now,
Marriage is the most important decision of your life. It is also part of the Yashiro Commission's job to help people through difficult times. I say this as an advocate for you personally, and for the Hiragi clan. Please, do not be compelled by to be together with the one you love is a sacred thing. It is my earnest wish that both of you may enjoy a bright and beautiful future.
I'll take to heart every word you have said to me.
All that matters is that you follow your heart. Since you'll be needing some time to think things over, we will excuse ourselves now.
Oh, wait! Let me see you out.
Thank you, Lady Hiragi, but there will be... Traveler, let's find somewhere...
Нифига себе, он там побежал в другую часть острова. Тин-тин. Чисто оловянное олово. Тин-тин.
Hiragi Chisato is on a totally different page than Kujo Kamaji. Hayato, why did you give her such vague suggestions? Couldn't you just have told her what you'd do in her position? 'Cause Paimon's pretty sure you have an idea.
I've said everything I can, given the Yashiro Commission's stance. Interfering too much with other commissions' domestic issues will only create trouble. The more I think about it, the stranger this all seems. But Hiragi Chisato has yet to see it. We must be vigilant.
Strange? In what way?
Someone wants Hiragi Chisato to be married as soon as possible, and if my guess is right, it is someone from within the Kanjo Commission. This person is presumably also responsible for the mysterious and misleading letter. Think about this. A lowly officer is greatly worried about Hiragi Chisato's future, while the heads of the supporting clans ostensibly have no concern at all. It doesn't add up. When someone's words and actions do not match, you need to infer their intentions from their behavior. Yes, it's a smart strategy, far superior to the one adopted by the Tenryou Commission's Takatsukasa clan. Even had the forged letter failed and been seen for what it was, there would have been no repercussions. They could simply have explained it away as a misguided but well-meaning matchmaking attempt by a member of the family. But if the letter were to achieve its goal, as it has so far, the perpetrator would successfully weaken the Hiragi clan without ever having to... With Hiragi Chisato having married into the Kujo clan and the head of the Hiragi clan in prison. Actually, we have evidence. His name is Shinojo.
Shinojo?
He should be back by now.
Что происходит?
Yes, sir.
Я не могу, я сюжетку прохожу. Ну, точнее, легенды.
The second time you've done that. Paimon cannot deal
Легенды
with
я
this.
прохожу, не могу.
Did they take one of the Kanjo Commission officers away?
Yes. His name is Shinojo.
As I expected. They cannot afford to let this opportunity pass them by. They have to act now while the Hiragi clan is at its weakest. Hiragi Chisato had been persuaded by Kujo Kamaji, and the wedding was sure to go ahead. But after Chisato's meeting with Shinojo, she began to have second thoughts. In their eyes, Officer Shinojo has interfered with their plan.
But why did they suspect him and not us?
Someone was eavesdropping on our conversation with Chisato the entire time. That's why I was a little reserved.
No way. Lucky Paimon didn't say anything stupid. But Chisato got what you meant about the letter, though, right?
I think so. But whoever is behind this will not allow their plan to fail now. They will not be inclined to respect Hiragi Chisato's own wishes. Her stance was so passive that she was easily manipulated, treated like a pawn, with even her marriage becoming a battleground for political power play. Despite all of this, she still believed that a happy future was awaiting her. When she formally marries into the Kujo clan, she will lose her title as daughter of the Hiragi clan, her position in the Kanjo Commission, and above all, her independence.
Marriage is such a trap.
Easier said than done. The perpetrators are manipulating everything from the shadows, letting unsuspecting we, meanwhile, are out in the open. If we attempt to stop this wedding from happening, we will become the villains of... At this stage, if the perpetrators wish to maintain control over the situation, their only option is to come out from the shadows and bare their fangs. I will wait for that moment to arrive. But first things first, we must go and rescue Shinojo. He has done nothing wrong and does not deserve to be punished. Tell me where Shinojo is. We'll head off right now.
Окей. О. Пошли. Один квест открыл другой. Конечно, сейчас все перепутается. Или лучше выполнить сначала один. Ну, пошли один выполним сначала. Ладно. Ладно. Сколько этот квест проходит? Сколько в нем подглав? Так. Это второй. Это второй. Это вторая глава, получается, там есть еще подглава. Ну, в пещере-то. Вам делать больше ничего, кроме в пещере сидеть. Ладно. Так.
What are you doing? Release Shinojo this instant!
Stop this at once.
It's the Yashiro Commissioner. Well, we take orders from our master. No one else.
Really? Then please, excuse me.
Battle formation! Get them!
With Kamisato Art, Suiyu!
Окей. Допустим.
Blast. Let's go. We must report to Master right
Что за
away.
шарики?
Hey, get back here!
No need to follow them. We need bait to catch the fish anyway. Leave them be. I think I saw a key fall to the ground during the fight. Let's free Shinojo first. But in all the chaos, it must...
What the? It's a tanuki? Oh, don't tell Paimon.
Let's follow it and see.
О, электропул. Это мне надо. И где? Куда он свалил? Он тут был. Куда он пропал-то?
Oh, thank the god!
Куда енот-то убежал? Это не надо еще раз сканировать? Да, пропал чертов енот. Я этот ник даже не прочитаю. Привет. Здорово. Енот, вернись, ну ёб, ты куда ушел? Конечно, на улицу пошел, офигеть. Я не думаю, что он сверху будет. Я, конечно, знаю, как Геншин помечает территорию. Все может быть, вообще все. Где мне этого енота искать? Тут его нет. Правильно же? Пройти туда некуда. Очень потригенилось. А, понял. Аллилуйя. Здорово.
Thank you.
Начать сначала.
Thank you.
Смотря какой у тебя уровень.
It was terrifying. They said they were gonna throw the cage into the sea with me still inside. Oh, wait. You have to listen to me. Lady Chisato's wedding. They...
Calm down, Shinojo. It's okay. We know about all that.
Huh?
Our suspicions were roused to this possibility, and so far, everything is unfolding rather as we expected. Those behind this plan are not going to give up easily. Their next move is imminent. We must devise sufficient countermeasures.
Yashiro Commissioner, you're personally going to take action?
This situation has consequences for the whole Tri-Commission, and the stability of all Inazuma is at stake. The almighty Shogun has always despised these pathetic power games. As a commissioner, I am a servant of the Shogun, and it is therefore my...
That's true.
Shinojo, don't return to your post yet. Find somewhere safe and stay traveler. Paimon.
Well, if it isn't the Yashiro Commissioner, I hear you showed up here with no explanation. An attack. You wouldn't happen to be carrying out some sort of secret mission. No.
I heard that someone was taking the law into their own hands. As a responsible official of Ina's, Shinojo may be your retainer, but the law does not grant you the right to abuse him.
Abuse? Nonsense. I was out of nowhere. A low-ranking officer decides to barge in on Lady Hiragi and start spouting out the most absurd and insulting nonsense one could... I dare say, the poor lady...
So, you're saying that you know absolutely nothing of the reasons for his actions? Because otherwise, why would you describe it as out of nowhere?
Two people from two different clans are getting married. That's all there is to it. And yet this young gentleman took it upon himself to fabricate a nonsensical disaster story around it. How should I know what he was thinking? Even if she marries into the Kujo clan, Lady Hiragi will always be the daughter of the Hiragi clan and the most distinguished member of the Konjo Commission. We are, and always will be, her loyal assistants. It's our duty to see that she never has to worry about anything. Loyalty and duty are our guiding principles. Not only did this guard show no regard for either, he went out of his way to upset our lady. How could one do such a thing? Even if we put it down to a rare moment of impulsivity. I have to say, I'm surprised to see one of such noble standing as yourself rushing to his defense.
Darn it! This guy is good. Annoyingly good.
Funny. I'm suddenly reminded of an anecdote I'd like to share with you. There's not been a dull moment since I took up my post in the Yashiro Commission. Every day I've been exposed to new and fascinating things. For instance, a merchant from abroad once told me about a curious kind of bird with the most extraordinarily long tongue. So long, in fact, that you can tie 2 knots in the portion of it that extends out of its beak. I'm sure someone as erudite as yourself could be able to guess what people do with these unusual avians.
Keep them as pets.
You'd think, wouldn't you? But there's a catch. You see, this bird is of no use to humans whatsoever, and certainly doesn't make a suitable pet. If you catch one, the best thing you can do is actually cut its tongue off and throw it out of the window. The reason they give is this. The longest tongue has the most to say, but don't be deceived as it chirps away, lest the song it sings lead you astray.
I say, Yashiro Commissioner, are you here simply to mock the Konjo Commission?
Far from it. In my mind, the Konjo Commission is made up of honorable. It is unbecoming of such people to resort to lies, deception, and filibustering, all as part of a plan to remove Lady Hiragi from her position in the
Yashiro Commissioner, please don't make accusations without...
The evidence is standing right in front of me, is it not? I have a credible witness who can confirm you were quick to try... Ugh, dear me. I can't believe the Grand Matsura clan is now represented. You studied hard and took a government position, only to make it to where you are now just to play these petty power games behind the scenes. In your years of service to the Shogun, not only have you managed to glean nothing good from the people around you, you have also let yourself be I'm not angry, Mr. Matsura.
This is at most a Konjo Commissioner. You are reaching rather outside of your bounds, Yashiro Commissioner. If you seek to involve yourself in other clans' affairs, I think you are simply opposed to an alliance between the Konjo Commission and Tenryo Commission. Because the new balance... So you come here with an elaborate excuse to try and break up this...
So, that's how you view it. Well, I have to admit...
Let me be crystal clear. This wedding is going to happen. The notices have already been sent out. All of Inazuma City knows about it. Most of the public weren't aware that Kujo Kamaji and Hiragi Chisato were courting. But you can... Once the notices go out, that's it. The wedding is a sure thing.
I see.
So suddenly...
I had expected you to at least be smarter than most.
Kamisato Ayato.
You've made your move. Now,
What do you mean?
do you seriously think this marriage will bring the Kanjo Commission? Isn't it at all possible that the Kanjo Commission becomes... Goodness me. Well, I've learned a great deal.
Hey! Hey! What was all that?
They had their scheme, but fortunately I was prepared. Let's see how things are in Inazuma City. Then, I'll take...
Чисто вокруг пальчика их покрутил. Хорош.
Order guide you.
Эй-эй-эй-эй-эй. Хорош. Так, нам куда? Сюда. Надо попить взять.
Look at this. The daughter of the Kanjo Commission's Hiragi clan and the master of the Tenryo Commission's Kujo clan are getting married.
Sounds like an all-around perfect match, don't you think?
For sure. I'm just surprised. It seems very sudden. I hadn't heard a single word about it until now.
Good luck to them, I say. I'm sure it must have been a...
Looks like the wedding is definitely going ahead.
It's still too early.
Неплохо. Мы пришли ко второму кресту.
But only if Kujo Kamachi is willing to help us.
Oh? It's you.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt Decree. Since you're here, we invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. Also, I've been granted the chance to correct my clan's past mistakes. The Almighty Shogun has issued a large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least easing, the Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor of Kaidahara. Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're already somewhat informed. In short, there was once a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding, but there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted, and that led to Nine. But we later learned the whole adventure has been secretly considering Mr. Kaidahara as one more outstanding contribution to the The Almighty Shogun, in the interest of preventing further harassment of the bladesmith clans by the Tui, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigation.
This is a true honor. I am delighted to be in a position to receive them. However, would I be correct to assume that this...
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek with the Kaedahara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaedaharas will be bladesmiths once more. And your wanderings you will be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City with the almighty Shogun's blessing.
I have grown accustomed to life among the elements. I fear I would, yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaedahara, and the art of blade making for which it's...
I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the...
Malicious rumors? All we heard on the way here was so much praise that we almost wondered whether there was another Kaedahara.
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They cannot accept the idea that Mr. Kaedahara really parried the Shogun's strike. Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, also that Kaedahara...
What? But that doesn't make sense. Using a delusion...
That is correct. However, to some people, the idea of a single person wielding two elements at once...
This is just one of many similar rumors. I am very uncomfortable with being the sub, but perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, This
is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some serious thought. It stands to benefit all of us.
Please allow me some time to consider. In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well,
yikes! We nearly forgot it.
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me? No. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaedahara sword art. Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used.
All the more reason to watch your back.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets...
In that case, I will send some...
Thank you. I must say I am now very curious about this matter, and I will also need some time to consider your offer. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one who attacked her.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
Уже несколько раз заметил.
The detective agency knows the most about what goes on in town.
Совсем верный перевод. И не совсем верные буквы в словах. Олгеймер, здорово. Че, мы с тобой опять держим ВК-плей в сраке? Ща проверю даже.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Где тут Геншин? А, не. 2 стрима по Геншину. Неплохо.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
It's about time you realize that. You're still too young.
Стрим закончился у него 10 минут назад. Ну, 11. Окей. Ладно. У нас пока одинаковое количество. Не держим пока, не держим. Интересно, есть люди, которые чисто на ВК-плей стримят? Без Ютуба, без Трова, без Твича, просто вот ВК-плей, все. Интересно, им там грустно? Потому что мне на ВК-плей очень мало людей пишут. Там может человека 3 зайдет за 14 часов стрима, блять.
We'd like to ask you a quick question.
Бесит просто.
Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him?
Aha! So this is the renowned Mr. Kaedahara. I've heard a lot.
You are too kind. We are currently investigating an assault and would appreciate—
Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are— To be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaidehara's personal information. Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want. If these were more legitimate commissions, Sango would have—
Millions? Of mora? Whoa! Oh, wait.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it. Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaede, but I wouldn't know where to begin if we want to connect this with—
Then let's put that connection aside for now. The Tenryou Commission had very few leads. I thought you might have some information from different sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically, it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention. If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
Да, и... Извиняюсь, конечно, на первом месте по Геншину сидит сисястая мелфа.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person he targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now. I am well aware of your talents. There is no need to be humble around me. In fact, I'm quite relieved that you were the one he targeted. It would cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me. For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr. Kaidehara. Surely this same concern for your fellow man is what drove you to fearlessly raise your blade against the almighty Shogun.
You flatter me. Truth be told, I don't know quite what came over me in that moment.
You are much too humble. Don't worry, I completely understand your concerns. I will try my best to gather whatever leads I can for you. Oh, actually, there was one strange incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack, though. Let me tell you about it just in case.
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
All right, then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato. The other, Amenoma Yuya, is a samurai from the Amenoma clan.
Amenoma? Now there's a familiar name.
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy. 2 grown men going missing at the same time. Their cases are likely connected, but I don't know much in the way of details. I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he is the one you are looking for.
Understood, though it seems highly unlikely to me. I neither know this man, nor do I have any idea why he may wish to attack me.
Походу, она не читает. Ладно, зачем-то я зашел смотреть чужой стрим. Дурак, что ли?
Sure, can't hurt. We never know.
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by making some inquiries at the Amenoma Smithy.
Sounds good. All the best with your investigation.
Максим, здорово.
Ah, if it isn't Kai—
Huh? You 2 know each other?
Yes, the Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to pay my— let me quickly explain. The Raiden Gokaden was the collective term for the 5 most... The techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokaden by the almighty Shogun. Unfortunately, a series of events led to the gradual decline of many clans in the blade...
So sad.
It is a great pity indeed. In the old days, as an example, the Amenoma art strives to emulate. There is nothing mystical to our work. There is only practice, day in and day out. As for the art of the Kaedehara clan, I believe it's...
That's right. Ishin art strives for complete harmony, for only a blade thus forged can capture and convey its...
Indeed. Most samurai, you are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade.
You overestimate me. My actions... But let's get back on topic. The purpose of our visit today is we hope to assist with the investigation. It may...
Ah, yes. My nephew. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. But I've done what I can so far. Worrying is...
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too.
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave... I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato. After that, the next... Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it. If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon. He's never been particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing. He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be objectionable. The person, based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only Yuya seems to...
What? No. Absolutely. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with...
Huh. Is that so?
Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade. But, with that said, it's equally... I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced. Anyway, should you find him...
Don't worry. You have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who had...
Yes. It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato.
Тут задание надо взять. Бам-бам-бам-бам-бам. Да. Хорошо. Там тоже нужно будет. Так, хорошо. Может, еще квест найдем. Собрать все квесты. И радоваться жизни. А потом сгореть от мук. Осуждаю такого, да. Такого Геншина.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My husband has gone missing and...
No, you misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again. I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state.
I'm afraid we don't have any new information. With this in mind, can we perhaps ask some questions?
For example, Paimon's struggling to understand why...
That's a long story. He'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthused everything was fine when we first got married. But as he lost his sense of restraint, he started buying more and more things, and our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse, admiring his weapons even as debt collectors were descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. Just sat there staring at them like he was in a trance. I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him, but making ends meet has to come first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but he never listens. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum. I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
Whoa!
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making to me. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze and was silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell. His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family? Had I not indulged his bad habits, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament. And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me. The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see. I understand. Ame no Yuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke out at the warehouse, and both men disappeared.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price. But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to imagine him getting into a fierce argument.
Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts?
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home now that all his collectibles have been lost in the fire, and he's got no way to pay off our debts. Even though I'm still a little mad at him, we're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know we can work things out.
Please don't get upset. There could be more to this situation than meets the eye. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change so drastically over a short period. But the information we gathered from the other side suggests Ame no Yuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to start an argument. This situation is getting a little confusing.
A little confusing? More like completely mystifying.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can piece together what we've learned. Rest assured, we'll notify you if we find...
Thank you so much.
Сына, идем.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance. The fire at the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation unfolded, though its exact role is a mystery. Do you have any thoughts?
Well, Paimon was thinking that maybe someone... Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
An interesting explanation. I was also considering this possibility. Ame no Yuya is an expert on swords. He could have noticed some problematic details about Mr. Nagato's collectibles. Maybe he recognized a blade as a fake, or a well-known stolen item. Either way, after arguing about it, the two men agreed to hide the truth of this matter. They thought a fire would destroy everything. But then the Tenryou Commission began investigating and uncovered some incriminating details, so they fled to protect their secrets. But it's a far-fetched theory. I can't imagine how they would have been able to reach an agreement. One fact that I keep coming back to is that Amenoma Yuya is polite and well-mannered, while Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person who is inclined towards initiating conflict. Mr. Nagato, being heavily in debt, is also the only one of them with the potential motive to disappear after the fire. The more I ponder it, the more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there? Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker, namely that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of Amenoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Darn! We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate, it's starting to look like a wild goose chase.
Let's keep going, since we've come this far. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able to get some closure.
Okay, but where should we go now?
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse. There's still a chance we may be able to find some shreds of evidence.
Ух, пожары всякие. Страшная тема происходит какая-то. Непонятная.
Wait. I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh! This must be another one of those sounds that only you can hear. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down—
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma. The remnants of the Tatarigami. Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy may prove to be of benefit to our investigation. We should remain vigilant and approach slowly.
Huh! So it's an underground warehouse.
The force is definitely coming from down below. The source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place, but the residue it left behind still hasn't dissipated completely. Judging from the concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a very long time.
Mrs. Nagato said her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself a lot.
It could well be that he was already under the influence of Tatarigami energy. From what I've been told, Tatarigami does not turn all upon whom it preys into violent monsters, but most will develop a stubborn streak upon being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Their interests become fanatical obsessions. Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence of Tatarigami could explain why he became an obsessive hoarder, amassing more and more possessions, even as he put himself in grave debt.
So what should we do now? Go down and take a look?
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look inside. If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You needn't worry. Both of us have faced far greater dangers than this, Relatively speaking, the risk here is trivial.
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
That was too scary! Paimon was so sure that the warehouse boogeyman was about to jump out at us!
All we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami energy source left this place. 2 ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. I fear much Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where this Tatarigami energy is coming from. Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you. Perhaps you too will perceive its ominous presence in the wind.
Улитник по ауре. Чаквест возьму, подожди. Лисеночек, привет. А. Я не понял, куда мне... Ладно. Давайте испытание. Да.
From this point, the trail appears to split into 2. The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here. And, quite possibly. Let's search the area.
Уторах не везет. Бывает.
Look at all those hilly churls. They're acting
У меня
very
последняя
strangely.
катка в Апексе была...
Something seems to be drawing your attention. Let's take a closer look. It's...
Ugh, look at this red stuff.
Меня плохо
What
слышно?
is it?
Серьезно?
By the looks of it, a letter, written on a piece of torn clothing.
Меня не
The
должно быть
ink
плохо
is
слышно на
bone
фоне
dry.
Геншина.
It must have been written quite some
Думаю,
time
то, что так
ago.
будет получше.
Well, let's take a look.
Накрыл мой самый дорогой меч, я погнался за ним, но смог догнать, от усталости я прилег здесь отдохнуть, но рано моим желать не представит кровь точь. Думаю, мне осталось недолго жить. Странная сила поддерживает меня. Зачем ему украсть мой меч? Может, он говорит, лишь продам ему мой склад. Что за пиздец?
According to this letter, a conflict arose because Amenoma Yuya wanted to seize a blade belonging to Mr. Nagato. Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight. Mr. Nagato kept chase as long as he could, eventually stopping here to write this letter when his strength gave out.
So, where is he?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Add to that the fact that its aura seems to have attracted a horde of monsters, and I'm afraid he may no longer be with us. Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point, they've since been disturbed by the hilly churls. There's nothing more for us to... Yes. Right now, we need to uncover some more important truths. If Amenoma Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer we take to find him, the more people risk meeting the same tragic end.
Right, so let's get moving.
I wouldn't be surprised if he too fell prey to the influence of the Tatarigami. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest desire to inflame would be their pursuit of further power and skill. All the clues that at first seemed disparate and disconnected, it seems that now we know the thread that runs between them. I have a hypothesis that, if it's correct, not only explains the series of events leading to the two men's disappearance, but also zeroes in on the attacker's identity.
Wait, you figured it out? So these two cases are connected after all?
I believe so. But it's something of an outlandish idea. I will only be able to confirm my suspicions once we've met him in person. On with the search. We must stay vigilant. At any point now, we may find ourselves in danger.
Пошли дальше.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
I'm not sure. But on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here at several different points in time.
Show yourself! It's no use hiding anymore.
Kaedehara Kazuha. It's you, at last.
Aha! So it is the same guy from before! What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Ame no Meyuya that stands before us. But what if instead of facing Ame no Meyuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light. Whoa, whoa! Surely you don't mean... Are you serious?
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organisms in its vicinity. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years, affecting his state of mind, and more recently using the sale as a means to affect, or rather as a means to occupy, Ame no Meyuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth of the matter. Many, many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin tradition. I was his pride and joy. In me, he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaedehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden.
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in his creation of me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So... swords can become conscious and control people?
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. but that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma. Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home. I seek but one thing: to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power, the might of Ishin art.
Ah, so Amenoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them?
My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission. When they got tired, or injured, or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
Интересно, он долго еще распинаться будет?
After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you, and by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun. Kaede Harakazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your body over to me!
Не получится.
This is order.
Hear my prayer! Into the wind!
History!
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
The wind knows me.
Join me and sever that divine light!
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Жестко.
Do not stand in my way, or I will strike you down too!
Беннет, походу, откис.
Lost. I can never lose. It is this body that has reached it. Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls, he is but a puppet that can be replaced. The end result is the same. I will end this wretch's life before, and even if I were to lose my physical form, it by any means necessary, and
Your fighting style. It is indeed the forms of Ishin art, but from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance.
Really? You can tell.
As I've mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey since the blade is currently possessing Amenoma Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of... If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition.
Are you trying to claim that I am helped? On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin art. In that regard, why would I?
Because all of that is in the... I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner, now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak. To the point that you are now unable to acquire a new...
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Amenoma Yuya. Well, that brings me to my second point. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand. I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you... But the way I see it, what began as a...
What would you know about any of this? I'm just...
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this art, even if you were to sever that divine light, is this truly the outcome? Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, how could you possibly unleash the full potential of
Неправильно это все
Ishin art
работает.
when
По-моему,
you act
наоборот,
in
человек
perfect
управляет
discordance
оружием,
with
а
the
не оружие
principle of
человеком.
harmony? between a blade
Ну что
and its
пошло не
bearer.
так?
Silence, you blabbering fool! I must achieve my goal. This was his life stream, and the very purpose for which I was brought into being. I will concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly. But you also underestimate my resolve.
And you should face reality.
Easy for you to say. Facing reality offers me nothing. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not self-reflection, and certainly not your so-called reality. It is pointless to argue further, descendant of the Kaedahara clan. If you wish to save this man, then offer me your body in exchange.
How stubbornly you stick to your wayward path. I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty Shogun in your current state. So let us make a bet, and I will put your strength to the test.
What? Surely you're not planning to agree to his demand.
Very well. Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. Once we have dealt with them, we
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose...
I accept.
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is the only way to save Amenoma Yuya. If we don't, the cursed blade's strength is currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. That the power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing obsessions.
What?
Even if things take a turn for the worse, we have a chance here to save an innocent victim. I am willing to accept the risks entailed.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance. I agreed to this bet because there are now.
Так, и что?
Kazuha?
I felt a little dizzy at first. It's all right. So far, this was as I will.
What should we do next? Have you...
We find some enemies. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced many. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, if he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has...
Wait a minute! Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild since the Takasukasa clan abandoned that...
All right.
What about Amenoma?
The blade says he'll let Amenoma Yuya trail us silently. Although he hasn't regained his own consciousness yet.
Are we sure this is a good idea? Okay, fine.
Классно. Чел просто за нами теперь ходить будет. Прикольно. Чисто марионетка. Можно его попросить собрать Никабуто, пожалуйста? Кандаки, извини.
Chivalry will
Но
never
мне
die.
нужен Синчу. Так будет явно лучше.
Leave everything on this journey to me.
А, даже так?
Time to go. One with nature.
Let's get down to business.
Into the wind. Clouds hide. The birds call.
Жестко.
How are you feeling?
I'm all right. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone, though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think...
Something else on your mind?
How strange. Rather than let's keep going.
Он тебя подкупает. Либо ты его подкупаешь, я фиг знает. Кто-то из вас кого-то определенно подкупает.
Time to go.
Здорово, мужики. Чё, как жизнь?
It's my lucky day.
Что упали, пацаны?
The wind knows me. Let's get down to business. As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind.
Ладно, Кадзу имба. Мне захотелось его крутить.
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming... He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps
What would that do to...
I will be careful with it. He also says he's still trying to achieve it.
Пошли.
The wind knows me. Clouds high. The birds call.
Хорош.
Are you okay? It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight.
Yes.
The sheen's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look any...
Perhaps this time we'll finally have a chance to see his true form.
True form? What are you... Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of junk.
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the almighty Shogun. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy. I've finally figured out why it was that you agreed you wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would, but regrettably we are nothing alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away.
Here they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep... Yup! We can help!
Don't worry. It's just more...
Let's get down to business with nature. The perfect distance.
Ну, красавчики. Что только сделали, я не понял. Ага. Ага. Молодец.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
You fought way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though no one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth. I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still...
But in this too, you have failed.
Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi. And what a
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue. Forging and maintenance are both important. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time.
Кадзуха слышит, чего нет, видит, чего нет, соединяет свой меч со своим телом. Что происходит, Кадзуха?
All these must... There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part...
I sensed it, but I couldn't...
I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Amenoma Yuya. I feel a great sense of regret for you. Since the moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential. You have known this for a long time.
He gave me everything. My life. How could I possibly? I said to him, do not worry from here. How could I?
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things.
Допустим, окей.
When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the Blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that's the true story. But after that, the blacksmith's intentions were warped by the Tatari god.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within this blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. Yes, time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly he seems to have calmed down, though.
When I look back at the past, I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numb the mind. Over time, I lost sight of the difference between gratitude and grudge. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition,
You are finally seeing reality.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor the agreement and release Amenoma Yuya. But I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. It is the entire purpose for my existence. So, may I ask you to help me fulfill the ambitions of myself?
Hey! Now you're adding yours in—
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still—
His attitude hurt. What do you think, Kazuha?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. Alas, after that, he never rose from his sickbed, nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself in battle. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and experience a true duel between samurai.
Oh? And who would be the opponent?
I will release Amenoma Yuya and restore his consciousness. You must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and desire a good fight.
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
I see. He used my body to inflict harm on others. I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing him, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I am willing to put myself forward. I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryo Commission.
Thanks for your help.
Если ты про стрим, то 2 часа 50 минут.
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. We can't stay here. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
Про Genshin играю 63-й день. Вроде как. Я на прошлом стриме смотрел, там было 62. Вчера был 14-часовой стрим. Было весело. Почти 15 часов, там 15 минут, по-моему, не хватило.
Yep, we still can't let our guard down, even now. Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel... Are you ready?
Ты мне уже 2 дня назад скидывал.
Okay. Successor of Ishin art.
Successor of Amenoma art.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
The wind knows me.
Ага.
One with nature.
Ну, посмотрю. Только сейчас я подерусь немножко. Тут костра рядышком нет? Ну ладно.
Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds call. One with nature.
Thank you for the... Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems his sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
I must apologize to you for...
You need not seek my forgiveness. Nor do I have the right to forgive you on your... It is too late.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a word. I beseech you.
Yes. I too trust Mr. Kae.
Thank you, successor of Amenoma art.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like to... Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want to go...
I'm not sure, but I think that all this is about to come to an end.
Ты пока код можешь скинуть. Пока тут задание довыполняем. А, есть, все окей.
You have returned.
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
Я его вижу, а в чате он не показывается, потому что он думает, что это какой-то скам.
A prized Ishin blade. Turned weapon. Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of... But I have some good news as well. Ryuji from the Bonton Sango Detective Agency...
Really? Is he...
Yes. Badly wounded, And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final...
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whisper?
Yes. He said he wants to take control.
What? No way!
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. I have decided... Thank you. I will... Okay. I am ready. Let us begin.
Он перережет все. GTA 5 RP.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Неплохо.
Rest in peace.
So, that's why his consciousness will disappear forever.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust.
Seems like he really wanted to...
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep speaking for myself. I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them. I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me. Just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Wait! Shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
Сейчас к другому квесту пойдем. Ладно. Он у тебя все так же вкачан в гибрида, понял? Прочность щита 20. Установление энергии, по-моему, жесткое какое-то. У деда. У тебя больше похож не в гибрида, а в физическое чело. Чисто физурон. Далее вкусно. Тарталия вкусно. Дед какой-то странный, пока не понимаю, что ты хочешь от него, честно. Если физурон, то ему восстановление энергии, я не знаю. Корона и цветок на ХП. Неплохо. Мастерство стихий смысла не имеет. Кубок, в принципе, хороший. Цветок, кстати, хороший. Но восстановление энергии тут дофига. Тебе, в принципе, вообще восстановление энергии на деда собирать не надо. Хотя, конечно, 14%, а остальное что, от оружки что ли идет? А, не, это все, понял. Пассив. Если как ДД, тебе нужно поднимать шанс крита и крит урон. И меньше на ХП смотреть. Страйкер, здорово. Не-не-не, он хочет ДД. Ему ДД нужен, ему ХП не нужно. У него ХП слишком дофига. Ему корону менять нужно на что-то другое. И менять эти артефакты, чтобы они именно увеличивали урон, а не элементальный навык. Не, ну торт, да, торт получше. У торта 2000 урона. Защиты, конечно, тоже дофига тут. Ёптить, какое плохое перо. Перо в защиту. Это на какого-нибудь Ита, на гео этих. Геочелов. Да, фармить надо будет новую. Вон шанскрит корона, кубок гео, часы силы атаки. Нужны криты, установа силы атаки. Да. Чел шарит, у него 59-й. Ему можно доверять. Другое задание пошли выполнять. Или я сейчас... Это не могу. Рыжий клен надо завершить. Окей. До 80-го, подожди, ты уже себе еще что-то там поднял? Нема 45-й, боже мой. А, подожди, а опыт дают закрутки или нет? Просто если опыт дают закрутки, то я понимаю, почему ты так быстро поднялся. А если не дают, то не дают. Ну ты похлеще, чем задроты в моем ТГ-канале. 24/7. Ты же говорил то, что ты работаешь. За 2 недели поднять 45-й левел. Это что-то как-то... Что-то как-то больно, по-моему. Работе филонишь. Ну, 18 дней, там, плюс-минус 4 дня вообще ничего не дают. Что-то жесткое. А я так понимаю, витая бездна пропорционально уровню мира, да, тоже вкачивается. Четвертый ранг пробуждения песни странника. Вот, собирай чечу в физурон. Будет у тебя имба физ чуча.
Doing detective work means you gotta walk the walk. No, I mean literally. I need to search high and low for evidence.
А вот это я осуждаю. Вот это я вообще осуждаю. Тебя сейчас осуждает все комьюнити Геншина, я тебя просто информирую. Игра с щитами это как себе палец в попу пихать.
It seems so sudden. I wasn't ready yet.
Yeah, about that.
I see. So someone's trying to take advantage of our marriage.
If you proceed with the wedding, the repercussions for you are
Всё равно не
likely to be
одобряю.
minimal.
I've previously considered this possibility.
I understand where you're coming from. Or, to put it another way, you have tacitly admitted that Lady Hiragi will need your help to get... I don't mean to criticize you. It is natural to want to protect our loved ones. I'm sure you admire Lady Hiragi for the sake of marrying.
Ну так в этом и прикол, то что ты
Are you really okay with...
должен наслаждаться игрой, а не скипать ее. Потому что ты ее буквально сейчас проскипал. То есть если я не могу даже закрыть себе на 3 звезды 8-3 бездну.
Sir Kujo, in order for my plan to work, you and I must both play the role of antagonists.
Про 9-ю я вообще молчу, я там ничего не могу сделать, у меня урона не хватает у персонажей.
I've told the people at the Kanjo Commission that the marriage isn't going to unify
Мне нужно
the
сейчас
Kanjo
бегать
Commission and the
будет,
Tenryou
чтобы
Commission.
пройти просто бездну, там, допустим, до
On the
10-го, мне сейчас
contrary, it's a terrible idea
нужно
that will
будет очень
marginalize
много
the Kanjo
нафармить
Commission. The context for
материалов,
this is that
прям
they
очень
are planning
много.
to use this marriage to bring down the... But what if we were to imagine for a moment that since the affairs of the Vision, the only reason you have been hesitant to act since taking over the Tenryou, and so your plan is to liaise with the Yashiro Commission, to marry her and bring her out of the Kanjo Commission as soon as possible. Once that is achieved, as the
I see. This is an ingenious plan. It takes advantage of...
Exactly. Our purpose is to change Lady Hiragi's position. By doing so, we can even strengthen... Once our adversaries, then we simply...
Got it.
So then that would...
We have to make sure that the behind-the-scenes Matsura, with whom I spoke earlier, will now be... In that case, he will almost certainly have placed informants throughout Inazuma City. Sir Kujo, there... It's almost time. My ninja has located one of the...
Ёб твою. Мне с пути птицы... О, что? Почему так много левых заданий, которые... О, ужас. Мне главное рыжий клен пройти.
You've returned. I hear that the issue is... The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amanoma Yuya...
Wow, you sure kept...
Then we needn't recount all the details again.
Okay.
Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin, a weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also... And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nation.
I see.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only... Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and
Может быть, не
Sangonomiya.
знаю.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our...
Эта игра не зависит от доната, от слова совсем.
I am aware,
В этом и
but I
прикол.
still desire...
Very well, I can understand. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the shogunate's assistance...
Great.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
I'll probably... As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
Загадочный пиздец.
You must have a whole bunch of questions
О,
after
ура!
our last conversation.
А, что, мне дали это оружие? Нифига себе. А чё, к чему он? Сила атаки. Ух ты. Вот это меч, кстати, классный. Классный меч, реально классный. Ух. Капец, оружки дофига. Ненужный. Мне обратно в Сумеру.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand?
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tatara Suna mystery. When so...
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make...
Okay.
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma. Is it just Paimon or is it kinda unusual? Great, let's go find out.
Версия бытия. Это название.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Oh, you're the...
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploit. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started...
So what, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so... Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal, and...
Actually, we don't know much about that place either.
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult.
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about to...
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a...
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking...
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tataris, but in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Apart from the sword maker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a kabuki mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an...
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This kabuki mono lived in Tatara Suna for a...
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens?
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew any...
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it... It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me.
Прямо над Zoom, объясните мне, я не хочу туда опять по этой Татарсуне ходить.
Wait, so there are two missing people?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it.
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishi.
Да, я только что оттуда.
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but take it...
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the big...
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gentlemen.
Get to the point, for Pete's...
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki...
A puppet?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your...
О, Лини, здорово. Еще раз.
No! Paimon just meant... how creepy.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky event...
Дайте.
Oh, and please read my essay draft. Sawada
Ладно,
was
норм.
encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political...
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on...
Good point. Okay.
We have some other stuff to do, so...
All right, thank you. If you find out...
Мы сейчас не поедем в Татарсуну. Я не хочу в Татарсуну. Пожалуйста.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about... Okay, then even if we did know... After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information... If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Здорово.
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
И куда он пошел?
No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Мне кажется, это Нахида. Мне кажется, это Нахида вышла за него погулять. Чисто на прогулочку вывести. Говорить с Нахидой.
Traveler, Paimon, Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the Balladeer. Did he escape or...
Sure enough.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of...
I know you must have a lot of questions. It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's...
A deal?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can... But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was...
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start.
But Paimon's worried about...
It's not every day you see people questioning the god of wisdom's judgment.
Don't you dare try to... As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with...
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in plus.
Логично.
He's a former harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumer...
Wait a second. Farmer?
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intent.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even... Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup
Сколько
plan
вообще
for
в
myself.
Фатуе предвестников?
As we discussed, I
7
don't like
вроде.
causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with
А,
us?
11.
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him!
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, yes. As I told you once before.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to
Да,
see you
кстати,
today.
там еще
So, you have
какой-то
an update on that?
чел, который бездну основал, нужно тоже про
You
него
may
узнать,
remember
если
me
можно.
mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twins' details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, if this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you... It's my pleasure, really.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can
Здорово,
do to help?
здорово.
I was
Да
gonna
все
contact
нормально,
you
все
about
так же.
that,
Вы чё, как
but
будто
then you suddenly showed
что-то
up on your own
изменится
accord.
за полчаса.
Seems like we have a telepathic connection.
Все
In
нормально.
fact, I was going to ask you that even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great. Prepare yourselves.
Ура, Ирминсуль.
Wow, compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Shut your beak, Jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards.
Sounds like a success. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be unlike anywhere else. Irminsul's inner region consists
Вообще, изначально думал то,
of
что
torrents of information. You must put aside
здесь будет не
your
архонт мудрости, а
differences and be
архонт
extremely
жизни.
careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many
Почему
grievances
мудрости фиг
between
его
you
знает.
on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry.
Fine. Let's call it truce.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of...
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that.
If there are no further objections, or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Да нет, пошли, шо.
Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted.
Is this a small sapling?
Но я же не играю в такое.
Darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Ну не пару часов, ты шо? Меньше.
So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will...
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching.
Permission granted.
Let's go. Stay close.
Hey,
Что за это?
say we did go running off in here.
Спецоперация началась. Да, разрешаю. Все, заходите.
What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face. Anything's possible in here. You can't roll anything.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
Началось.
It looks the same in every direction.
Где зима, там капец, там холодные очень сильно существа и открытые. Что? Ты о
No
чем?
wonder he mentioned about getting lost.
Это к чему?
Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
Шайтанку так, здорово.
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it.
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents.
The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to...
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it
В чем
with
тут
us.
драконий хребет?
Will do.
Я сейчас вообще в Сумеру
For once,
нахожусь.
we're the ones with nothing.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk? Yes. I've also invited Paimon.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
That's part of it. Plus,
Paimon's never tried this before. So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction?
Хорош.
He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you
8-й ранг
say.
это хорошо. А, ты о том, то, что ты дошел до тут. Все, я понял.
There are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me.
Просто кого еще считать старичками? Вот такой же вопрос.
Perhaps today will be the day that he... Well done. Smart and attentive. So, you made contact with that part of his mind.
Well, Paimon thought nothing could get under that cup.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a
Speaking of puppets, we ran into 2 people at the Academia today talking about an essay.
If you mean the mysterious events, the kabuki mono and so on.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatara Suna's history is still...
То же самое сказал, то, что они говорили, прикольно.
Oh, how interesting. Those 2 managed...
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatara Suna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you 3 are having. Funny how all the good ones...
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously,
Индра
I must be
Цветения,
the topic of
спасибо за
said
фоллоу.
conversation.
Лукамоса для Венти, если других нет, ну, да.
Of course
Амос,
you
по-моему,
do.
это
You
хороший
can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
звездочник, как минимум.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking.
Но
Don't
он
get
же
your
и
hopes
спросил
up,
то,
though.
что если других нет.
You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like
А
we've never
при
met
чем тут
before.
достижение,
And
опыт
anyway,
игрока
you're world
и
famous.
старичок он или нет?
It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making court... Huh?
This light. It looks similar to
Типа,
those saplings.
давно задротство стало мудростью.
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget
Получать
the
больше
agreement.
достижений —
You
это
have to
больше
share it with
задротство,
us.
нежели понимать, как
Just
работает игра. Или я что-то не так говорю?
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Whoa!
Вообще на всех анема персонажей важен в той или иной
I
степени
have been in Tatara Suna for some
МС.
time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership,
Я просто вообще не
Tatara
гоню
Suna is
за
a warm,
достижениями.
welcoming place.
Типа мне
Like a
пофиг.
giant
В этом
village.
прикол.
People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years,
А есть
eliminated
игроки,
much of the
которые там, я
evil
не
that plagued
знаю,
Inazuma. As for Tatara
шикарно
Suna,
шарят
it was
в
originally established
RPG-механиках.
as a means of safely disposing crystal
Им насрать на
marrow.
достижения.
The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished,
Ну да, только
giving
Россия его
rise
нет.
to generations of
Поэтому МС.
swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy.
Просто много
Skills,
кто...
blood, dreams.
Да.
Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose
Весло.
between steel
Я не
and
шарю за
blade.
весло.
That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself
В
and
смысле,
Abe.
Хейдзу не нужен МС.
Yes,
Ему
well,
нужно, но не так
were it
много.
not for you
Типа,
coming to Inazuma and
какие-нибудь
happening to
побочные
make
арты,
Akame's
ок.
acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined
Спасибо,
forces.
Сайна. Я про сигны этих... И Сумеру вообще не шарю. Про Фонтейн вообще молчу.
You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me. And now
Максимум знаю сигны до Инадзумы, всё.
Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher.
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to
Ну
rise
да,
at
вот
an alarming rate.
плюс-минус. Это под разный стиль игры еще в этом прикол. Есть чел, вот допустим, я собираю хейт за как самостоятельный урон. То есть я мастерство стихий там так, типа, ну, есть, нету, насрать. А есть люди, которые используют аниме-персонажей. В смысле у него нету АТМС? У него ульта рассеивание и ешка рассеивание. У него каждый удар рассеивание. Насчет Фурузан не шарю, я за нее не играл. Ничего говорить не буду. По-моему, даже люмен можно вкачивать. Ну, не люмен, а ГГ можно вкачивать в МС.
Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
Ну, может быть.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine.
Ну, Максим тебе уже сказал то, что часы на МС дают больше урона, чем часы на силу. Я этого проверить не могу. Типа, просто восприму это как факт.
I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the
У него вообще артефакты не идеальные. У меня там говно какое-то. Что выбивает, то и ставлю. Пытаюсь какой-то основной билд выбиться и все. Пока не вдрачиваюсь, не трачу смолу и лишнюю.
It looks. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I.
You.
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well. At least for the first few days. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity. And what I...
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace.
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this?
У тебя, может, я не знаю, там был прикол там, с уроном дополнительным, еще что-нибудь. Это нужно находить легендарку, там, чуть ли не одинаковую, чтобы сравнивать такое.
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your...
That's it. That's why you...
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So make no mistake, even without you, that pure innocence.
If you give him my heart, tell him that both he has nothing to prove to anyone.
What a beautiful way to see the world. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human?
Фиг знает, про кого мы уже. Мы вообще
No, that
про
would prove
Анемуру.
quite impossible. Mr. Niwa. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Ina's. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him.
Hey!
Dottore. Dottore! Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic? But why did we...
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit...
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why is that?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. So now you have the complete
Вы там про
picture.
какие-то цифры говорите страшные, там 20к с руки, 150, 200, ничего страшного, блядь, стало. Я со своими 20к уронами, там, блядь, еще не со 100% съешки бил. Вы там про какие-то, блядь, 150, 200, 20, блядь. Что за пиздец?
After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device, and the load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. The mechanic answered. Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but the mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as the balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything
Ну,
on the
знаешь,
victim?
я не настолько лох. Окей, да, спасибо. Еще он ее сам накапливать умеет.
Yes. Only if he understands this.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Чел, успокойся. Я не думаю, что люди, которые играют на Хейдзе, не знают про существование лепестков.
Shall we see how he's doing?
Хотя, вспоминаю историю про какую-то девку, которая играла в игру и не знала то, что нужно рубить деревья,
Hey,
я могу склониться к тому, что есть люди, которые об этом не знают.
that's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we...
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Ermin's...
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a...
Huh?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Plus, he only came to this world because
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria. And lived... I don't
Они
know
про
the
Легина,
details.
что ли, или
It's
чё?
up to you whether you want to believe. Did you get all that?
Yes.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul.
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time. Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of it, I shared a secret with you. And now you owe me. So in return, I'll give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. So tell me, in this world, is it possible? Done.
Huh? What the?
Nothing. I was just thinking. So long. I suggest you...
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer, those who died in Tatarasuna because of me, deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't...
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone.
Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared.
Классно. Чел пропал.
Oh no, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nihida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden
Я
when
в
he was
курсе.
defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities?
Я понимаю,
and he
просто
took
я угораю над
everything he
ситуацией.
had?
Where the heck did he go?
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me... We're running out of time. Follow my lead.
Чё, цель находится где?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nihida?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be...
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. He wants to change the past?
Уже кукла.
Surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. feeling. Oh, Paimon's so confused. Huh? Ah! Sorry, Paimon accidentally. But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul? Uh-oh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise... There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But, so, how about, we listen... Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes, cream stew, sauteed matsutake, and Dragon chili chicken, almond tofu, satisfying salad. Oh, also Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme.
Я примерно понимаю, почему.
Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't... Is that a food too? Huh. What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it some... So, the balladeer is... Okay, sure. Where are we going? Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't... The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline. And for a long... But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma. And if my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then too.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All
Ну
these
ничего, в
years,
аниме, надеюсь,
I
узнаем.
knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally,
Но он не изменил
he made a
прошлое.
drastic decision
Он просто про себя
to take
все
revenge on the right. In his fury, he murdered
С
indiscriminately,
Рукодеватой то же самое
killing
произошло.
even bladesmiths from the
Просто
Hyakume clan,
люди
which he belonged to.
не помнят
His goal was absolute.
о том,
The devastation
что
of all of the
когда
right
она
and
умерла,
Dokuta.
появилась Кусанари, и
But
типа
when he
они теперь
came to
считают,
the
то, что все
Kaedehara
время
and
была
Kamisato
Кусанари.
clans,
История
killing spree
типа не
came to an abrupt
переписана, но
he
информации
failed to
нету.
catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did
Помню
not spare his
только
life.
ГГ,
That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art
потому
survived
что
that
она
day.
упала,
I suppose
скажем
they
так.
were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Но в чем разница Селестии, допустим, от Тайвата? Я что-то не понимаю, она вроде такой же человек. Хотя у нее нету глаза бога, но она имеет доступ ко всем элементам.
Was there
Тоже
anything
вопрос.
else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places. On to the next stop. Lead the... We're here.
Возможно, Фатуй тоже об этом в курсе, про
So...
то, что
Traveler,
Кусанали
it's been a
не первый
while.
архонт.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business. and Miss
Просто здорово.
Kamisato is standing
Ну,
in for
да.
some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner...
We'll be heading in then.
Hello, dears. Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato asked, what would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, as for the commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro.
Very much so.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend. I must say, many things in Inazuma.
Alright, goodbye for now. We're great. Goodbye, ma'am.
По Тарсуну, в какую-то Тарсуну.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now.
Very well. Safe.
В какую-то Тарсуну еще. Кто-нибудь в курсах, когда анимка выйдет, нет?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is there
Бля,
a
чел,
traveler
уйди
in
нахуй
Taiwan?
отсюда, я тебя прошу, блядь.
What are you doing here?
Иди
I was in the
нахуй.
general area, and now
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
certainly do. I've researched
Я
the
с тобой не
frontier
хочу
in some
разговаривать, сдохни,
depth. If
сука,
there's
тварь
anything
в
you want to
GTA
know, just
RP.
ask away. Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times
До 7
before.
серий готовы.
Not only that, but I've met people in. Oh, well, it's. I'm told that its history is one of the
Ну, я
most
думаю, то, что к январю
forging
они
and smelting
выпустят.
operations in the nation.
A couple?
One was just in the last few years. The
Я не
other
знаю,
was
они его как
several hundred
ongoing
years
будут
ago.
выпускать,
Fun
или
fact, I'm not the
все-таки
first Fontaine tech guy to
сразу
come and
все.
work on it either. There was a guy back then too.
То, что обещают
They
сотку
say
серий,
he was
да,
a
я
mechanic who
слышал. То, что
consulted
первый
on a
сезон будет
technology upgrade.
12
It
серий,
seems like the
тоже
technological
видел.
collaboration.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something?
Oh,
Да,
I
да,
didn't
да, да, да.
realize you two were here.
Типа плюс-минус 10 сезонов
Doesn't know
будет.
what's gotten into this one today.
Но мне кажется, для Геншина 100 серий это прям ни о чем. В плане того, то, что весь сюжет за 12, ну, типа за 100 серий вообще ни к чему.
Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono. I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go
Если,
around
конечно,
dressed
серии
to
по
the
40
nines.
минут,
Just
может
the sort
быть,
of
еще
person
да.
I'd like to
Если
meet,
серии
actually.
по 20 минут,
But
потому
sadly,
что есть
I've never had the
ограничения,
pleasure,
короче, то,
nor
что
have I come
детям
across
нельзя
anything to do
смотреть
with
дольше, там,
kabuki
типа,
mono
20
where
минут одну
Tatara
серию.
Suna is concerned.
Не, ну, вот смотри, допустим, взять сотку серий, и каждая серия там по 20 минут. Ну, это ж прям вообще ни о чем. Костя Геннадьев, спасибо за фоллоу.
Of course, don't mention.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Zach.
Oh, you're most welcome. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Мне иногда кажется, что это подписываются на видос по... Ну, короче, на видос, а не на стриме люди сидят. У меня есть такое подозрение.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you. Hey, don't mention it.
Просто если взять 2000 минут, это получается 33 часа. За 33 часа, ну... В теории, если очень сжато, ну, можно что-то рассказать про сюжет. Не, сюжет игры не на день 100%. То есть, сюжетка Сумеру, если прям сюжетку Сумеру чисто брать, там часов на 10. Просто я не думаю, что там будет только боевка, только сюжет. Там же должны как-то, типа, персонажи еще думать, еще что-то. Все это должно складываться.
Hey, it's them.
Ну, у меня грузится там в секунды. Поэтому, да.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment,
We have time. What do you want?
It's the same topic we discussed.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh?
А почему Кусанали не могла выпилить воспоминания про этого, про Дотора, про доктора? И тут бы Нивы не было, кстати. Тоже что-то не понимаю. Она могла сама выпилить его. Ну так-то.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Хочу я это все читать. Что тут? Так, косяк. Ну, может, типа, знаешь, чтобы сюжет не был чисто гладким, потому что если выглаживать идеально сюжет, тоже получается странно. Давайте вспомним про косяк сюжета, о том, то, что этот... Как бы назвать... Александр Григорьевич позвонил, да, и все стало нормально. Кто понял, тот понял.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could...
What did you find out?
It's a long story. Basically...
Wow, so many new...
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Ugh. So there's no...
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmen...
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on...
And they're back at it. These guys are...
Oh, so sorry. Look at us.
You're welcome.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Да, мы идем.
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler,
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's...
The balladeer? You look troubled. Is... Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so...
Ебать.
That's quite a... So, this puppet known as the Ballad...
But how is he...
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves
Как
from
она
the
может
soul,
помнить о том, то,
the
что
world
она
would
с кем-то
change to
дралась,
reflect the new
если его
reality.
не было?
So, you believe this
Как?
person really existed?
Типа она
And we
просто с
just don't
пустотой,
remember
да,
him
там,
because,
пых-пых-пах-пах.
because
О,
he
Ленин,
literally
привет,
changed the
какой,
world?
5-й, 6-й раз я уже фиг
Yes.
знает, я запутался.
Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. The traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite...
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer
А
guy's
Паймон типа
motivations.
отсюда.
Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was...
Но я не могу ответить привет, если мне пишут привет. Понимаешь, в чем прикол? Буквально не показывает фокус. Блять. Пьяный мастер, блять.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died. Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely... He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old... The story makes sense. Every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but...
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one.
Святышник здоров.
It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory.
Hold on. So this record survived from...
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki-mono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as...
That's incredible!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender, and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It
Вероник,
passed
здорово.
away soon after. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kittens, how it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in the...
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the balladeer to become a god. He was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and this memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. That we still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we
Окей,
see,
Зероник.
and we comprehend. But the
Ничего
question
страшного.
still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of... And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nihita's right. Cheer up! How about we go get some...
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a...
You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better up... Let's go get a snack for one of the
Я так
stalls
не
in the Grand
думаю.
Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits.
А, и нет наладился, это хорошо.
It must be really tough being the only one who
Уж только
remembers all
интернет не
that.
умирай.
But Paimon's always here...
Ну и что? Светлячок, ладно. Подожди, вот светлячок. Да. Есть. У меня фарузан есть.
We're here. What should we eat first? Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
И ушла.
All right, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right
Я
here when you
Хейнс
figured
топ
stuff out.
саппорт.
Then we can get something to eat.
Серьезно?
What is it? Have you figured it all out? Why'd you jump up all of a
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a
О,
small
здорово, мужик.
problem with the
Давно не
last bill.
виделись.
Look,
Давно не виделись.
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last... Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? The work's too boring for you?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon...
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsetias. And I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to
Ну,
me.
так он написал
I'll
то,
find
что
some more.
саппорт чисто
Just
по
a moment.
анему.
I'll be right back.
Для других бесполезно.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't... You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander...
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get the...
Hey, what do we do?
Почему именно анема? Почему он стал именно им? Почему не Дендра? Почему не Электро? Почему не Пира? Почему не Крио? Почему анема? Почему рыбка Немо? Собаку уйди. Спасибо. Если это так, я со смеху умру.
I'm liking the look of this. Yeah.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his sunset? Oh, all right.
This should be enough.
Нет, про то, что
Guess I should
странник
wash them before
анема.
I take them back. Huh? You two over there. You've been following me all the way from the city. No, we haven't met. I have no recollection.
Are you
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
a puppet?
Huh?
You were right.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me... Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my...
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm. And he let me take shelter in...
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you.
Реально для
Okay?
Венти, блядь.
Then let's return to the city.
А Хейдза тут при чем? Он же вообще детектив. Не, конечно, воздух как бы олицетворяет свободу, да, но не совсем.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave.
Oh, you really went and picked some more.
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving... But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world. Like you had nowhere... Imagine you were me for a second.
Это тоже какой-то этот инсайт, как... Что его освобождает от прошлого? Этот инсайт.
Didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable.
But I don't... No. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters.
Thank you. All right, done.
Его? Это когда было? Что за прикол? Что за прикол, ребят? Это когда было такое? А, это мем. Я думал, это в лоре. Я уже охренеть успел.
What's wrong? Huh?
Hello. I do apologize.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So...
You say that you are trekking across to Vat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past.
I wouldn't call it the past. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but...
Oh, like a past life?
Yes, something far more distant.
Okay, I have to ask. What Oh, you want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most... If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just... But I'll be able to handle it.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be
У меня в названии стрима.
In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil.
У Зероника, по-моему,
You nearly
46-й.
died
Ой,
because of what
56-й.
other people did. And many died because of you. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of...
Ну, это второй аккаунт
I gave
Зероника.
everything I
У
had,
тебя мейн
but
аккаунт
it
же
barely
56-й.
changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time. A chain of...
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomy...
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything.
If we were enemies, why are you...
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy. He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you them.
Please, I want to see them for myself.
even though it will cause your present self great mental
I'm just a puppet. With no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to
Very well.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face...
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on...
Oh, good point. Given your,
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
All right.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation,
Is that because this is kind of like...
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see...
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't... No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construct... There's someone passed out on the... You're awake! What happened? Not a scratch.
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa.
And the rest is history.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately...
Let me get you out of here.
During the Tatarisuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, as the second in command at Tatarisuna, responsibility, but Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the...
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name. Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabuki Mono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Solidify!
Huh? What are we doing back here? Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died. He kept coughing all the time.
But you can't.
Yup, we're family now.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their after leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! The voices have gone.
Let's keep going.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that can be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Come at me.
No excuse for slacking.
Killjoy.
Teamwork
We've only
is
just
teamwork.
begun. You can't run. Get moving. I miscalculated.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place.
In the original version of events, the travel...
Such a creepy atmosphere. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow.
What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time?
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you...
Save your breath.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't...
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never failed to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like... By then, see you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue?
Какого
She's
хуя?
playing with fire,
Бля, я тут
talking to
сейчас,
me like that.
блядь, объясняю нахуй всю эту ситуацию, блядь. Мне, оказывается, все это время не было слышно. Пиздец.
I should prepare to give...
Охуенно.
The plot does not end here.
Yes.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
Не, я болтал, у меня, оказывается, микрофон
You're about as
вырубился.
much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Yeah! Bring it on! Get moving!
Over here!
This
This is order.
Да я понял, что вы думали, что я молчу.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a...
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then,
Что-то его лор очень сильно сократили.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was... Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each...
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what the...
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility...
The doctor again?
That person gives off a very sinister...
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of pup.
Let's move on.
You're a god. Do you think I'm...
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes.
In your eyes? Are there any...
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnation? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with...
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules. With each person being a collection of... As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to this...
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. Are you sure you want to...
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place, but then I met you. And I finally realized that... I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul searching as a Shugenja, I've never... So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change...
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will...
Я знаю, зря это, не зря.
You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
faithless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
This is trying my patience.
Ема, что происходит? Я немножко не в курсе, как за него играть.
At my command, you shall fall. Fury. My endless cycle begins!
The wind rises. Nothing worth mentioning.
Know your place! Feeble human! Fury! Insignificant past!
Прикол, конечно.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared.
What did you expect? I'd never...
There's the tone of voice again. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too.
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am. You sound like you're... But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing...
The memory recovery seems to have been a success.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Я, но не я. Головка от буя.
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon,
Я
Balladeer.
думаю, я все максимально четко сказал.
Feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just... After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can... I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui. And they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people. And...
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look...
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish.
Ты вернулся.
What you were looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a phase.
До этого ты писал про АПК
Even
Пури.
if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, There's nothing in the world worth regretting.
А,
As for
понял.
Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes. And I took pains to make sure that you...
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over, but before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If...
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my...
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so... Oh right, I almost forgot. You're the... Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to...
I'm glad you're able to think of it in a traveler. In the future, I'll continue to search Irmin, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as
Прекрасно, я
well.
согласен.
I will try.
Traveler.
Ну, блин, всякое бывает. Человек живет далеко, далеко, далеко.
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma? So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor, and I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can... I think deep down you realize this.
Спасибо за лайкосы,
People
ребят.
who show
Спасибо
up in your
большое.
life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind.
Давайте еще
There
лайкос
is no such
десяточку
thing
добьем.
as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back. And they
Я
can
думаю, то,
never
что
be
кто-то
changed.
там и не поставил
Which
там
is why there is
лайк,
emotion in the human
можно
world.
влепить.
Everything that you feel is real and lasting. And whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be
Поверь,
human
там не
is to
все
live
так
with
просто.
imperfections. You can choose.
Максим, вот ты в
Humans
городе
can't live
живешь?
without a heart, can they?
Давай так,
Anyway, I
издалека.
gave up trying to become a
Спасибо
human a
большое,
long time
спасибо.
ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're
Спасибо
just
за лайкос.
bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer you're...
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from
Вау.
now on.
Спасибо за аптечку. Спасибо за 100 рублей.
I'm glad that you've accepted my
Максим,
proposal.
смотри, ты, скорее всего, живешь в городе, и у тебя, скорее всего, безлимитный интернет, как, ну, так называемый, за который ты платишь, или твои родители, там,
Why?
определенную сумму в месяц. У него интернет не безлимитный, да? Вот так вот.
Then I hope we don't see
Поэтому
much of each other
не все так
in the
просто, не все
future.
так легко.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're
И
thinking.
насколько я помню, Зероник живет не в городе.
The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe...
No, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Если человек играет с телефона в Genshin, в игру, которая практически не требует железа так таковое. Так, подождите, правил изменения имени и пояснения. Правила изменения имени вы можете дать новое имя. Странненько, с помощью пера наречения из задания Архонта промежуточный том. Обратите внимание, что некоторые имена использовать нельзя. После того, как вы дали страннику новое имя, оно будет отображаться в некоторых элементах интерфейса. Будьте внимательны в ограниченное количество раз. Пояснение. Убедитесь, что при использовании этой функции вы не нарушаете пользовательское соглашение, действия контента сексуальной ориентации, этнической принадлежностью, травли или оскорбительных оскорбления отдельных путешественников или групп путешественников, любых других действий или контент, запрещенным правилам пользовательского соглашения. В любом случае, несоблюдение этих правил, доступ к игровым услугам будет ограничен. Ограничение включает, помимо прочего, бан, временную или окончательную блокировку на использование системы, смены имени, длинное разъединение, запрет на вход в игру, блокировку, учетную запись и так далее. Если вы столкнетесь с приведенными выше ситуациями, просим вас отправить пожаловаться. Ладно. Так, сейчас, секунду. Видос. У меня вроде бы... У меня donation видосы не отображает, извиняюсь. Нужно настроить. Сейчас поставлю. Как бы было не все плохо, у микрофона еще хуже. Милашка. Не сказал бы Геншин. Там мол сотовых вышек и не близко. Не, ща поставлю. Типа, я на своем телефоне, он у меня неплохой. Вы все в курсах про Poco 100%. У меня не Pro, у меня NFC более урезанный. Но я, допустим, на ультрах в Genshin играть не могу. Хотя, казалось бы, почему? Вот так вот. Так, размещение медиа. Так. Типа зависит не только от телефона, а то еще как им пользуюсь, потому что я в основном телефон сейчас использую не для игр, а для работы, поэтому я его никак не апгрейдил, ничего с ним не делал. Туда можно накатить чистую ОС-ку, какую-нибудь милаевскую, и радоваться жизни по факту. Типа, для кого... Типа, блядь. Не, я не в лучших поисках, я видос настраиваю. Осуждаю! 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 Я надеюсь, этого не было слышно на стриме. Осуждаю! Хватит. Пожалуйста. Рикролла. Зовут шайтан. Неплохо. Ща. Так. Вот это вот я осуждаю, да? Окей, все, хорошо. Все слышали. Это просто на Твиче нельзя. Да, там за это бан. Последнее сообщение, во. Подожди, а какой видос? Тут видоса вроде нет. Или тут должен быть видос? Песенку можно, но не рекролл. Рекролла нельзя. Вот так вот. Я не пойму, а где... Да, авторские, там еще всякая фигня. Типа за рикроллы банят на Твиче прямо в открытую. Но Моргенштерн это пофиг. Мем алертс. Ладно. Ты добавлял? Ща, я просто не помню, где это должно высвечиваться. Я помню то, что какая-то должна быть штучка. Но где? Фиг знает. Я найду. Ща, все найду. Все найду. Все найду. Так. На Твиче не очень давно завезли штуку с АП, если чё. О. Так, это донат. А видео где? А видео где? Видео где? А, видео нет? Почему видео-то нет? А? Почему? Почему видео нет? Что происходит? Я не понимаю. У донейшену плохо. Так. Так, лови аптечку. Хорошо. 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 А можно звук и видео, пожалуйста? Я вас прошу. Пожалуйста. Пожалуйста. Нельзя? А почему? Нифига себе! Спасибо большое. Ура! В натуре ура. У меня с этим, с браузером. Вот. По-моему, широкий. Да, он широкий. Ладно, буду сворачивать. Как мне его назвать? Реально, я фиг знает, как его назвать. Это бутыльник, не. Тамара. Тамара. Есть Райден Шоган, а этого назвать Райден Акаки, да. Райден Тамара. Мы с Тамарой ходим парой, да. Буду играть за Тому и за Тамару. Я, наверное, все-таки звук потише сделаю. Ща, я вот тут вот его на 100 выкручу. А здесь вот так вот. Там слышно музыку, я надеюсь, да? На стриме. Звучит как хорошее имя. Окей. Как его назвать? Я не был готов к тому, что мне дадут выбор, как назвать персонажа. Давайте его назовем Итор. А, нельзя? И тут приходит Тамара. Тома, Тома, выходи из дома, Тома, Тома, Тома. Сука. Буратино. Орликина. Назвать его как предвестником. Назвать его царицей. Давайте назовем его Джонни Сильверхенд. Не хватит. Брейковским его назвать. Все, о! Ирине, привет. Джек Потрошитель. Рикардо Милос. О! Мерседес Ауди. Не. Он не машина. Хотя, не знаю. Чисто сердечко. Просто и кратко. Можно 3 написать. Он еще собачку. Идеально. Не-не-не, вот так будет еще лучше. Скоромуча. Блять. Что? А почему на русском меньше, чем на английском? Да. Где там шестерка? Или это на русском? А, на русском, да. Скоромыш. Скоромищ. Ишкере. Ишкере. Хеликоптер. Не влезет. Ержан. Тогда его Пригожин надо назвать. Ты пчела, называем пчеловодом. Шляпа. Осуждаю. Хороший этот музыкант. Вы чё? Чё осуждать-то? Амням. Еще и пробел можно поставить, имба. Подождите. Да я не хочу называть его плохо. Я хочу его еще выбить и играть за него. Вы чё? Можно изменить. Я понимаю, что можно изменить, но можно изменить ограниченное количество раз же. Правильно? Вот, да, один раз поменять ему имя. Шикарно. Ща. О! Нормас. Это грустно. Это грустно. Скар. Камрад. Сталин. Не, Сталин с читами играет. Осуждаю такое. Скан. По бокам серп ему. Вообще тут можно читерить и добавлять больше букв. По факту. Ну, почти. О! Ребят. Можно попробовать. Я пойду в латынь. Просто жалко то, что его только один раз переименовать можно. Это вот реально обидно. Можно было его хотя бы 3 раза переименовывать, было бы хорошо. Конечно, наверное, можно написать в техподдержку Genshin, сказать то, что типа я хочу там сделать мега-мега-мега скоромучу. Тимбат. Я, кстати, даже не помню, что это за мульт. А, он вообще Синдбад. Он вот так пишется. Назвать его Simple. Считаю то, что имя Иван Золо ему больше всего подходит. Нет, ладно, оно ему не подходит. Попыт. Фидель. Частотой назвать. А, частой. Частый. Олег. Шикарно. Назвать его Тиньков. Симба Мубаса, блядь. Платинум, ёбаный в рот. Оформляй Тиньков, блядь. Брик мини. Мило, кстати, звучит. Реально Бриком его чисто назвать. Сколько мы сидим, блядь, ему имя уже даем? 15 минут, блядь. 15, сука, минут мы просто сидим, блядь, и выбираем имя персонажу. Я если бы даже один сидел, я бы заебался ему имя выдавать. Я потому что хер знает, как его назвать. Кто ты, воин? Лес, блядь. Ой, грабли. Не люблю этого чела. Он мне противен. Как его, блядь, назвать? Спасибо за лайкос. Любой РПГ сначала 2-3 часа. Не, 2-3 часа это ни о чем, ты шо? Я в Римворлде создавал себе колонистов, по-моему, что-то в районе 1,5 часов. Они у меня откисли там за минут 5, потому что выбрал херовых. Вот это было весело, Кира. Назвать его Тарков, блядь, или Nvidia, сука. Не-не-не. Это оскорбление, по-моему, будет считаться. Парадайз, блядь. Интел. Кора i5, блядь. Газпром. Газпром точно подойдет. RTX 4090, блядь. Сука. Интроверт. Сектор газа. Назвать его этот Фредди Меркури. Nvidia. Стас, блять, он рванет же. Фредди Фазбер. Андроид. Андроид. Сус. Сус. Кирилл, блядь. Назови его Хейза, когда тебя попросят, покажи, как ты Хейза собрал, ты ему покажешь Хейза. Блядь, это жестко. Ярил хз, как его назвать? Димон в натуре. Боб строитель, оно не влезет. В сети появилась информация, что в Китае девушки сделали предупреждение за имя Гильгамеш, шумерских бог-правитель. Название откатили на странника и предупредили, что в случае еще одного нарушения правил заблокируют аккаунт. Прикол. Курай 5. Нет, мне тогда нужно Курай 9 ставить в название. Звневит в честь меня. Его нужно называть в какого-нибудь ультра-ультра алда. Либо в ультра донатера, я фиг знает. Если уж на то пошло. Без Меша и Гильга назвать. Я Килька. Мистер Бист. Вообще, по-моему, самое обидное, что я могу сказать, то что Грабли, которого предлагал ТНТшник, это топ-донатер. И на Дестом нет. Он умрет. Он загнется. Он даже не будет жить. Гигачат енотик. Чирил. Почему Чирил? Блять, Ярил хуй знает, как его называть. А, типа Фурил. А, просто сам видишь, как оно отображается. Я думал, то, что это Че. Бля, я хуй знаю, как его назвать, блядь. Бля, Бриком его назвать нахуй и все. И не париться. Енотик. Ребус. Блять, как сложно пиздить. Путин. За это, мне кажется, забанят. Нога в Индии. Гигачат. Ганеш. И там букву А на букву О поменять. Там гонишь. Пивас. Кто? Джитен... Блять. Джитентар, ёб твою мать. Ким Чен Ын не называет, он расстроится, блядь. Сука. Смотри, сердечко, как было, успокойся. Шелли из Бравл Старс. Ненавижу Бравл Старс. Слышь, рояль. Еще лучше. Сидорыч. Джумайсенба. Ай. Блять, его кто-то назвал любимый. Скар 20, блять. Назвать его МП5. Фриман, отсылка и значение слов. Милашка, и мне хорошо. Прикольчик Лёня. Лёнчик, блядь. Что? Нюня скорострел. Кстати, вот идея с этим... С Фриманом мне понравилось. Мне нравится вселенная этого... Правильно она называется не вселенная Portal, не вселенная Half-Life, а вселенная, блядь, как его... Как они эту библиотеку хотели назвать? Ёпта, Starlight, нет. Герцог граф, зови меня хозяин, не ошибешься. Блять. Как это общая вселенная-то, блядь, называется? Алиф, блядь. Вселенная Алиф. Просперо. Пусть будет Н. И этот, там потом кто-нибудь будет заходить и говорить Игерс. Чисто его Алиф назвать и все. Мало кто знает, но это ебать отсылка. Отсылка на дронов, ты не шаришь. Назвать его шестерка. Брик, блять, Бриком его назвать и все, блять, хуй забить. Я тут столько вкладок, блять, уже открыл, чтобы просто откуда-то что-нибудь взять. Я по этой причине не делаю татухи. Фатуй. Суй в хуй в фатуй, блядь. Джасвиндер. Я знаю то, что он номер 6. Поэтому я говорю, шестерка его назвать. Ее можно Бореем назвать, по факту. Это отсылка на очень дохера. Окей, ТНТшник, давай. Потому что Борей это и отсылка на Портал, и отсылка на Бога, и там на очень-очень-очень дофига. Данте звучит как Devil May Cry. Берем слово лав. Берем миксер с болтом, получаем Олег. Лего тогда уж. Блин, назови его Лев, ёб твою мать. Или он лучше на английском? Пибоди Уитли. R2D2. Airline. Атлас. Окей. Блядь, железный человек его назвать. Тут жмакненько. Блять. Блять. Суждаю. Тетера, привет. Ебать, сердечко упоротое, нахуй. Пиздец. Адам. Адам. Адам, Адам. А вот я не дам. Бля, я рил хз, как его назвать. Ёбаный в рот, блять. Пиздец, это все в Юникоде еще хранится. Ёбаный пиздец. За нахуй. Ему Еву искать будешь. Может, бля, нужно создать петицию, чтобы в Геншин добавили Еву, чисто ради вот этого чела. Сари, Салли. Хз. Фурилавр его назвать. Люмин Еву, а с Карувадом. Бля, какая-то хуйня получается. Он же в теории вообще бесплодный. Про Люмен вообще не в курсах. Ну, конечно, богиня, но хз. Лучше в Бибу и Бобу, бля. Бесполные, блядь, и не бесплодные. Сука. Блядь, просто его вот так назвать и все. Алиф. Бесполый. Когда евнух. Это оскорбление, блядь. Астольфу. Нано-цыган. Охеренно. Тайози. Блять, меня забанят, даже спрашивать не будут, блять. Юбиорс, блять, назови его. Джапанёзи. Меня японцы через китайцев забанят. И, блядь. Сука, это пиздец. Мы сидим больше получаса, выбираем его имя. Big Black Pencil. BBC его назвать Big Black. Там остальные догадаются. Туркмен. Назвать его Шайтан. Так же, как у Шайтана. ВВР или это ВВП? ВВП. Царь сказал, царь сделал, блядь. Бля, все, я его Бриком, короче, называю. Все, отстаньте. Блядь, это пиздец. Да, Зеродник, все. Он теперь будет Бриком. Ура, игра пройдена. Это пиздец. Ой, блядь. Блять, Бриком. Сам собой пижу, блядь, пиздец.
You mean the Fatui?
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your
Ой,
future path will
пиздец,
change
блядь.
accordingly.
Нахида общается с Бриком. Охуенно.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma.
Во Брика в игре.
Some of them know.
Это мой Тайлер Дерден.
I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please, even though the events have been erased from the world.
I see.
Huh?
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. No. All right. Let goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem... So we can finally go eat? Paimon.
Thank you both. I hope you...
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story?
Yeah! I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized all these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire. Life is a story too long to be told.
40 минут на имя вспоминаем гнома-подрывника из Warcraft 3, который при выборе говорит реплику «Обычно люди соображают быстрее», блять. Вернитесь к месту отдыха. Блять, подождите, его реально теперь везде Брик зовут? Мне напиздели, нахуй я ему имя давал. Нихуя себе. Круто, круто. Будет Бриком. Бля, туда тэпнуться же, да, можно? А, нет, ну ладно. Ну ладно. Спасибо за 13 лайков, ребят. Спасибо большое. Когда можно будет выбить странника в ближайшее время? Кто-нибудь в курсах?
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back. Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something?
О, нормас. Отлично. Хотел выбить деда, мискликнул, выбил торта. Что
You
делать?
sound lost and confused. I know why you are troubled. And
Is there someone?
unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot eat when a small animal runs into a tree trunk. Though the tree like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken, history does not change easily, but human hearts can.
The voices disappeared. And who the heck was that? And anyway, that face is still lying there broken on the ground. It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
Я когда выбью этого Брика, я назовусь Люмин. Вот. Письмо на речи. Окей. О, 60. А, нет, подожди, это не то. Сколько у меня смолы? 41. Можно даже в какой-то данж еще сходить. 11 круток. Юху, 12 круток. Ебать. Чё, наконец-то приступаем к тому, что мы это... Слили кадры из 4.1, там заданки Ризли ГГ. Касается камня, и у него флеш... Ебать. Чё, все, Сумеру закончили? Ура, мы идем в Фонтейн. Не зря стрим называл то, что мы в Фонтейн идем. Ой.
Good old caravan rebot. Now let Paimon think. Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor. But we followed so much time has already passed since then. And Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right.
Серьезно?
Come to think of it.
Ты предлагаешь мне сейчас проходить все задания мира, все задания легенд Сумеру?
Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of, but never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just that's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
Ну вот это последнее задание, оно было не обязательное.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no...
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and... So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes...
Ты кто?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going... Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it...
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Все, попиздовали. Да. Сюжет пустыни Сжех. А, так я проходил сюжет пустыни Сжех. Я проходил, не надо мне тут. Я проходил. И убегал от этого, от непонятной хуйни, которая меня пиздовала. Пиздила. Тоже от нее уходил. И про батька я ее знаю. Так что, ребят, все нормально. Приедь быстрее, я прошу. Где у них движется? Хорошо. Я надеюсь, что наверх. Подождите. Пам-пам-пам-пам. Да, я об этом же. А вот насчет второй части я не помню. Я помню про пирамиду.
Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get a... To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the...
Там чел сейчас признается в любви и такие: здорово, ребят, как жизнь? Ну, Аронар я не проходил.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it...
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something...
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that
Really? Like, a real trial?
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberate. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, well, it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as...
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than...
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could
Все
definitely say it's her
архонты
biggest passion.
скрываются, все. А ей пофиг, она такая. А я сижу в суду. Мне норм.
In that
В
case,
суде.
I'm afraid it's
В
going to
суде,
be
да,
a
в суде.
tad more difficult.
Извиняюсь.
You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she...
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of officials?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's...
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may...
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon. Wait! Paimon gets it now! The Hydro Archon is...
Yeah, I suppose you could say that.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking...
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House, but who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter.
Правда ждет.
She isn't going to jump in the
Сериала.
water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her.
Так, ребят, короче, такая тема. Давайте перерыв на 20 минут. Там покушать, чай налить, все дела. Я пока отойду, мне надо в магаз сходить. Во. Короче, через 20 минут всех жду. Я выключу у них голос. Что за пердёж микрофон? Какой? Где? Какой пердёж? Так, а сейчас все нормально? Ну, вроде да, все нормально. Не знаю, что за пердёж. Всё, отлично. Короче, ребят, 20-минутный перерыв и возвращаемся все сюда. Вот. Болтать никто не должен. По-моему, на 2 минуты опоздал, если не ошибаюсь. Балсин, здоров. Так. Как лучше поступить? Выбивать деда гарантом или рандомить хутао, или же скипать деда и крутить хутао? Честно, хз. Но я тут. И я надеюсь, что меня слышно. Так, чатик. Так. Айсус ID. Здоров. Наверное, ты уже ушел, ну ладно. Так. Премия Легами на 45-м ранге. Ну, у меня ситуация не лучше. Так тебе скажу. Да, стример ожил, я этот... Ага. Веталь, ты тут. Все, понял, хорошо. У меня персонажей тоже не особо много. Так. У меня кто из легендарок есть? Джун, Мона, Кицин. Все. У меня тоже 45-й. Ну, не 45-й, окей, 48-й. Но я думаю, то, что не сильно это отличается. Там 3 ранга. Пройти сюжетку. Почти 49-й. Пу-пу-пу. Пу-пу-пу. Подожди, а почему сообщение Ростика не отправилось в основной чат? Странно, вроде бы. Ладно. Все, у меня на кухне стоит моллюск, а на ее имя алая ведьма на разбор. Хз, честно, я не видел, другие не видели. Да, надо посмотреть по статам. Типа, я не видел. Насчет новой прокачки, потому что тут же еще добавились артефакты с Фонтейна, артефакты с Сумеру, а я про них вообще не в курсах. Вот прям вообще. Как у меня много дисков. А они здесь должны храниться или можно их в другое место где-нибудь скинуть? Ну, например, что у нас с Фонтейна по данжам есть? Только подземелья. Они у меня все закрыты, да, еще? Вот это что? Окей, это вот эта штука. Вот артефакты. Это у нас на гео, да, что-то? Навык элемент. Нет, это не на гео. Просто на урон рандомный. Окей. Просто профисил целый год, чтобы проскипать сумеру. Это грибной сюжет. Да. Читаю, что мысли прочитал. Я тоже из Геншина ушел, когда... Ну, у меня там еще учеба началась, вся херня, там дипломы, всякая вот такая дичь началась. Я еще по этой причине ушел из Геншина. Ребята, у кого самый жесткий дед вообще в чате? Можете мне сказать? Отвлеки куда-нибудь. Тянь, чик. У тебя сколько хп? Я на стриме год назад видел 76к. Беком Анбаев, привет. Всем добро пожаловать, ребят, кто первый раз на стриме. Вот, стрим идет сколько? 6 часов 30 минут. Да, 76к хп. Милу с 70 кусками. Ебать. Но я знаю то, что этот дед, по-моему, даже... Нет. Не оверпрувнутый в плане... Он все равно не весь урон держит. Так, артефакты. Тут что? Физурон. Тут что? Сила атаки, сила атаки. Прикольно. Ну смотри, у атаки стража, который из Кенриаха, я не помню, как они, просто стражи, по-моему, называются. Ща, открою. Чего? У тебя не где-то печалька. Живи там как-нибудь, Ветель. Куда я в архив? В архив хотел зайти. Не сюда. Не сюда. Вот существа. Где эти механоиды? Вот, Страж Руин, вот этот чел. Он, когда дает специальную атаку, которая крутится, мои 30 тысяч деда он просто сносит в ничто. Он спокойно держит, то есть в 2 раза больше хп, и он держит спокойно Стража Руин. Это, кстати, классно. Тогда его даже есть смысл прокачивать в хп. Я просто не знаю, кого мне из отряда брать еще в ДД. Я бездну не могу нормально проходить. Вообще. То есть у меня... Я все вбахиваю в Хейдза, и все. А кого ставить второго в ДД, я хз. Да, у меня героев мало. В этом тоже есть как бы минус. Прокачка у меня вообще говно. Я сейчас не бегаю за артами, потому что я хочу докачаться до 50-го. Вообще желательно до 55-го. Чтобы начать смолу сливать. Мне говорили Фарузан поставить в пачку с Хейдза. Вместо Синчу можете его поставить. Просто дед мне нужен как щит. У меня Фарузан уже капец как давно. Все, второе. Ну да, ее саму надо качнуть, я это понимаю. Но вместо кого мне ее ставить? Вместо Синчу? Просто Синчу как бы классно, но, наверное, если Фарузан хорошо прокачать, она будет лучше. Вы как вообще об этом думаете? Чё думаете? Мне вот это важно. Наличие ранга не обозначает то, что у тебя должны быть все персонажи. Вон там чел, сколько, 18 дней играет, у него дед, Тарталия, еще кто-то. Елос, здоров. Мы обсуждаем, какую мне делать пачку. А так вообще я сюжет проходил. На лире, да, можешь так-то. Можно сейчас вообще сходить в пару данжей. У меня там смола вроде как откатилась. Я думаю, в 60 там будет уже. Сколько у меня смолы там? 47, ладно. Кицен, собери, не мучайся. Ну, кесы нужно брать как второго ДД. Да, заходите, ребят, без проблем. Если что, на ютубе в описании есть UID-шник. На твиче я такого не завез. На твиче сейчас скину. На твиче мне не очень нравится оформление, которое под стримом, оно стрёмное. Очень стрёмное. Ема. О, неплохо. В смысле, 2 игры параллельно работают? Я вообще хочу упороться, собрать фулл команду из этих, из каталистов. Мне просто они очень нравятся по механике. И собираются сложнее, чем эти персонажи Физурон. Но зато они такие все классные. Веталь, можно я человечка пущу, да? Если ты не против. Поверь, эта задержка маленькая, очень. Да-да-да, человечка. Спасибо большое. Как-то баловался, собирал 2 отряда в бездну, 1 отряд копейщиков. Сейчас. 2 отряда в бездну, 1 отряд копейщиков, 2 отряд лучников. Как результат 9 этаж бездны прошел. Прикол. 3-5 секунд, да, это стандартная. И то она у меня меньше, чем 3 секунды. Если я сейчас запущу стрим, ну, если вы будете сейчас слышать стрим, вы услышите там, ну, секунды 1,5 максимум. То есть, если интернет позволяет выдавать больше, то он будет выдавать больше. Вот так вот. На Твиче хз какая там вообще задержка. Но у меня из-за того, что нету партнерки, или как она, не партнерка, а компаньонка, во. Она, да, вот так вот. Фига там музон попер. На Твиче самая долгая... Ой, не самая долгая. На Твиче самая такая стандартная. У меня меньше всего на Ютубе задержка. ВК Play дольше, намного дольше. Вон, на ВК Play сейчас только Казуха этот закончил ветер дуть. Самый минимальный на Ютубе. Я не знаю, с чем это связано вообще, честно. Но музон прикольный. Да у меня мышка пропала, вернись, спасибо. Так. Надо будет сходить повыбивать колонны. Так, не к тебе. Вот сюда, скорее всего. Да, вот сюда. Нужно колонны повыбивать. Мне сколько там колонн нужно на деда? Я просто хочу его за этот стрим уже прокачать, чтобы его возвысить. Нужно 8 колонн. Это плюс-минус раз 6, по-моему, его убить нужно. Если будет падать по 2, прям чуть-чуть. Прям чуть-чуть, капельку. Да, с обычной тычки давать по 10 тысяч. Вот это да, вот это я мечтаю. Есть у кого-нибудь самый имбовый билд на Хейдзе вообще? Прям чтоб вообще пасть отпадала. Потому что я знаю то, что Эолу можно вкачать до 1,5 миллионов, по-моему. Чтобы она с ульты сносила. Ну, Мирус покинул. Веталь, можешь заходить? Человечек вышел, другой. Агась. Красиво. Я помню, в прошлом году очень сильно угорал с лиры. Мы там собирались, играли на этих лирах. Было лампово. Нам наверх. Нам наверх. Да ведь? Там. Два нема, 2 сил атаки. Если было бы 6 артефактов, мне кажется, было бы очень имбово вообще. Можно, кстати, за 2 деда сейчас пройти. Я пока не в бою, могу поменять. 2 деда это весело. Прикол. Хорош. Ультой снес. Бам. Красотища какая. Так, сколько я колонн получил? 2 колонны я получил. Хорошо. 2 колонны получил, но в любом случае, да, все, смола закончилась. Обидно. Обидно то, что смола закончилась. Я не знаю, может кому-нибудь нужны артефакты, хотя, конечно, у вас миры у всех покруче, чем у меня будут. Просто мне человек говорил, если быть точно, то картонный енотик. И чем выше уровень мира, чем выше уровень персонажа, чем больше артов падает. Спасибо за лифт. Это что сейчас за пояснение лора? Балсинг. Только от уровня мира? Окей. Ну, уровень мира зависит от уровня персонажа. Ну, можно так. Ебать, тут альбедо, пиздец, вы чё? У меня, получается, скоро 6-й уровень мира откроется. Планирование. Да-да-да, теневое. «12 дней Асмодей, здорово. Я фиг знает. Я вообще не понял, к чему это, что это, зачем это. Вообще, я помню лор, то что Эй это вообще отдельная личность. Вельзевул, да, она откисла. Ой, не Вельзевул, ёб твою. Все, я понял. Поставил сет в... Окей. Чё тут началось за... Самый прикол, я никогда не смотрел аниме, я просто знаю, откуда трек. Все. Ветрель пошел красть мои цветы. А, ты пошел... А, тебе нужно эти... артефакт. Вильзевул, по-моему, это... Ой, блять. Ага. Найтбот не может замутить. Буллинг бота. Ок. Куда он побежал? Вернись. Я огнем молча сделаю. Жесткий файт. Забивание одного мага. Да, это жестко. Я все собрали. Кому что надо. Я просто не хочу собирать это. А перезапустить не могу. Я себе хочу фигурку Люси из Киберпанк, бегущий по лезвию. Ой, бегущий по краю. Ветрель, тебе еще нужно в данж? Она стоит не 1000 рублей, она стоит, по-моему, 40. Но она красивая, пиздец. Чисто как лох стою, 70-м дедом. То чисто одна коза выносит, по-моему. Чисто накормил котлетами. Долго я ему буду щит сбивать. Там казах быстрее сносит щит. Я чуть дед не помер. Дед не надо. Красавчик хлеб. Только не миры, а локации, наверное. Лана Дарет, привет. Натлан, там будет много лавы, мне кажется. Знаю то, что это будет прям Мексика. Мексико. Усё. Смола. Все. Если... Мне кажется, она будет. Как и в этом. Да им ёпту, фарми не бить. Как и на подлокации этого снежного хребта. Мне кажется, оно там будет. Ну, статуи архантов точно не будет. Там люди играют в пол, это лава. Все просто смирились. В пустыне Сумеру 200 с лишним дендрокулов. Если бы они добавили шкалу жары, люди бы сказали, ну вас нахуй. Стоп. А эти окулы будут на тлане называться пирокулы, а в снежной криокулы? Пиздец. Има, ты шо там? Алхимичишь? Давай, хлеб, давай. Удачи тебе. А, кстати, можно загонять в Сумеру, повыбивать мне артефакты. У меня 4 густые смолы есть. Фонтейн, да, прикольный, но мне не нравятся там пока что люди. Я прошел одно задание, и меня что-то тошнит от них пока что. Чел такой сказал, ну, короче, пошли с вами искать сокровища. Тут сокровищ на там несколько миллионов моры. Вот так вот. Говорит, короче, вот так вот, вот так вот. Пошли со мной. Мы пришли, он нас закрыл, сказал, все, пока, вы умрете. Такой добрый, пиздец. Он выглядит более современно, наверное. Вот с этим я соглашусь. А где 4-й хз? Ожидается подтверждение. Мне и Сумеру понравилось, и Лиюэ понравилось. Когда зашел в игру, мне прям Манштадт заходил на самом деле. В мае, уже в мае Натлан будет, ёптить. Подожди, то есть они... Ща, я переварю. Сейчас вышло 4.0 в августе. 4.1 выйдет в 20-х числах сентября. То есть на 1 месяц одна версия, правильно? То есть 6 месяцев у нас до мая, да? Или нет, подожди. Сентябрь, октябрь, ноябрь, декабрь, январь, февраль, март, апрель, май. Версия длится 42 дня. То есть на день рождения Геншина в 24 году уже выйдет Снежная. Да, я помню, Ветель. Я просто пытаюсь сейчас все переварить, когда конкретно выйдет Снежная. Да, что-то я разбежался. Ебать, тут статуи, блядь. А чё они больше? Они, по-моему, больше, нет? Раза так в 2. Просто я не в курсах, будет ли существовать КНРИАХ как регион. Потому что если они его добавят, будет классно. Как регион. И скорее всего он будет. Но когда, фиг знает. После Снежной? Или до Снежной? Очень много всего неизвестного. Просто чего мимо КНРИАХа будет еще Селестия? Когда Селестию добавят? Тоже непонятно. Море цветов. Блять, часы на ХП. Блять, а хорошие часы. Я так понимаю, то, что игра полностью выйдет в году к 27-му? Или нет? Если в 25-м выйдет Снежная, по расчетам, в 26-й, наверное, выйдет КНРИАХ, но 27-й выйдет Селестия. Но мне кажется, то, что все так просто не будет, будет еще что-то. Будет еще что-то. Не может все, вот знаешь, типа, есть 7 архонтов, и типа они вот самые главные, самые крутые. Мне кажется, должен быть 8-й архонт. По типу архонта времени, который будет в Кенриахе. И 100% какой-то архонт должен быть, или еще кто-нибудь. Конечно, я так понимаю, то, что на Селестии все архонты. У меня такое подозрение есть. То, что там все архонты, есть какой-то главенствующий над этими архонтами. Возможно. Но не может быть все так просто. Ух ты, перо. Фиг знает. Веталь, принимай, тебя ждем. Веталь. О, спасибо. Просто мне кажется, то, что в Кенриахе будет очень много затрагиваться тема бездны. Потому что они связаны очень сильно. Делать до 5 лет. Даже если до 5 лет. То есть ты хочешь сказать то, что в 25-м должно уже все выйти? Есть, конечно, наверное, какая-то вероятность, то, что вместе со Снежной выйдет и Каэнриах, и Селестия, но мне кажется, это будет очень жирно. Либо они реально выпустят в один год два региона. Genshin 2 откроет все. Вот и все. Либо сделают какой-нибудь еще типа дальше. Стая глава последняя. Они делают, но они менее кассовые, чем Genshin. В этом прикол. Я, например, в Старрейл вообще не хочу идти играть, мне она не нравится. Ни по графике, ни по этим. Сюжет... Ой, Genshin затянул сюжетом. Ежедневки, да, я в начале стрима их всегда делаю. Ну, можно, например, какую-то другую, типа, нашел ты там, условно, брата. Можно же дальше продолжить сюжет в другом русле, совсем другом. Как бы в чем проблема-то? То, что Геншин надоест, это и так понятно. Типа... Хотя вспомнить, сколько лет Майнкрафту и какая у него актуальность. Тут даже можно поспорить. Фандом Геншина, конечно, не такой большой, как у Майнкрафта. Но все же. Можно обусловить все глобальным вайпом. Типа, кто успел, тот успел. Но это будет финансово невыгодно. Либо сделать еще один Genshin Impact, типа продолжение. Там новая сюжетка. Мне кажется, что Люмин оказывается архонт какой-нибудь. Много приколов может быть. Да. В майне сюжетка скрытая есть, основной нету. Типа, твоя сюжетка убить дракона. Все. Ты прошел игру. Я думаю, у кого эта фигня пищит. В Сабнатику я играл в Сабнатику. Ладно, наверное, я вас всех выкину. Пойду сюжетку Фонтейна проходить. А то я 5 часов стрима отыграл. Только-только к ней подошел. Вот, поэтому, если что, извиняюсь. Но я пошел проходить дальше. Хочу люмин взять. Мне все у люмин нравится, но мне не нравятся вот эти непонятные волосы. Типа, почему они вот таким клочком. Все нравится, но это не нравится. Иисус, иди, спасибо большое. Спасибо, что приходила. Ёма, я же голос выключил, ёпшни мать. Здорово, фимбойчик. Паймон зовут Паймон. Кайф. По кайфу без голоса согласен. Да. Геншин для немых. Где сурдопереводчик, ребят? Алам алейкум. Почему он пира, но глаза у него фиолетовые? Ура, нам дадут включить звук. Спасибо. А то ж мне плохо стало, то что слов не слышно. Открывай, ты молчишь. Я так жду. Я не помню, когда я последний раз отвечал у доски. А, ну когда диплом сдавал, ладно.
Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Ёпошнюю мать. Ё-моё, 3 года. Поверь, они очень быстро пройдут.
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Ну там не настолько все большое.
As you can all see, 2 unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations.
Очень.
I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally. Fear is for
Да.
insignificant cowards.
Просто аниме-рисовка такая, ребят, все нормально.
And I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will I, Fosalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only... But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider. Do you
Мне кажется, ее добавили из-за Элеоноры в Atomic Heart.
All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Про деда в 4... Погоди, в 4.1. Сейчас 4.1. Ой, фу, блядь. Сейчас 4.0. В 4.1 не дед.
Oh, what's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Что за херня, я не понимаю.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Да тырят откуда-то. Это кто?
Are you not afraid?
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be...
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Aranias, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall...
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Пиздец, меня сейчас душить будут.
This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house, it would be a...
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house.
Киберг, здорово.
Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
Oh, according to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month.
Пока да.
You are...
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. Hmm?
You call that obvious? What kind of...
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then, in the name of the Hydro Archon...
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil. I don't think that Paimon here meets the depth...
You tell her, Linny! Finally, someone who's not crazy.
Это был намек на консервный банк.
Great magician, Linny. My
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of so, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Оливок. Киборг, задавай.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
Да, кстати.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand.
Huh? You call that magic?
I'm not sure what to think. It seemed...
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected performance. In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of but when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travel, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Miss Linny and Miss Lynette.
Честно, я не шарю.
Toodaloo!
Я после Инадзумы вообще не шарю за артефакты. Я не шарю за персонажей. Я не знаю, как их вкачивать. Куда их вкачивать? Я сижу, кушаю чипсики. Вот, чат подскажет, чат красавчики.
Just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. We never even had a chance to ask her anything. But
Спасибо
that's a
большое.
problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Ffontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Ffontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Сумка.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Ffontaine. It says that every person in Ffontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Ffontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath.
Я не знаю, как проходить третий том
Many people
Ранеки.
carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Юху, 49 заданий. У тебя ничего не... Ёб твою. С 59 рангом проходить Сумеру. Я считаю, это лайк. Ронару на палец. Боже мой, ёб твою. Проходи, это надо.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy?
What?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story.
Жиза.
The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean.
Мне просто интересно посмотреть.
But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Пиздец, все агаты, 100%. Ёб твою насрал.
So you're the blonde traveler that
Ты убила
everyone's been
Скоромучу.
talking about. My apologies for not
Ты злая.
recognizing you earlier. Oh, a magic pocket?
В каждом регионе,
Seems
по-моему,
you
есть
really thought of everything.
несколько лишних
I guess
окулов.
it's better to prepare for the worst and hope. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the...
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine.
Учиться копить, бороться с самим собой.
It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now.
Примерно так же, как и бороться курить. Просто перебарываешь себя и все.
Oh, you already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some...
Смысл Геншина как раз таки в этом. Чтобы человек, когда видел нового персонажа, хотел его покрутить.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontейn. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
В реальности, а я-то бы ни хера не сделал Сёгун Райден. Лучший персонаж это дед.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers. Water jet!
Лучше деда никого нету. Как есть одна песенка, лучше бати, только дед. Да. Ребят, это, в туалет отошел по-быстренькому.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to
писать
the
из
court of
руки.
Fonтейn.
Всё.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city.
Ну, Дендро ГГ прикольный.
person over there. The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
She's obvious. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention and a distracted watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down.
Теории,
We need to
да.
think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right, let...
Каких нахуй оливок, блядь? Пайман. Мало оливок. Чего?
This is the spot where Lenny wanted us to wait.
Опа.
Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us?
Усюр
She
стрёмен.
started running the other direction. What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Anyway, I should be going now.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his
Киборг, ты
ankle,
ебанулся?
and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to do...
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
Объясни мне, что такое оливки, я не понимаю.
Things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fонтейн now.
Умный дед сказал. Понятно.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious...
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the...
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on.
Опять? А, нет, это не она. Это кто?
Oh, excuse
Это
me.
кто?
Aren't you the great magician Linny?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
Ее? Ты кто?
I'm
О, ты!
Charlotte, a reporter for the
Шарлотта.
Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
Ёпта, что с игрой? Бибантей, привет.
Amazing. You recognize everybody almost immediately.
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I?
Я в линии не шарю.
Wow, today
Ребят,
must be my day. Who knew
честно.
I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally
Я
be
сижу,
showing me
откисаю,
some
кушаю
favor?
чипсы.
So, Charlotte,
Мне
what do you
хорошо.
usually report on?
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable
Лосось
girls
в
into
сливочном соусе
relationships,
и
or how a financial
с
criminal was
этими,
once
с
so
лисичками,
poor that they ate
которые
a single piece
типа
of
меньше
bread
масла.
for 5 days. That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational
А фирма
news
не
pieces that could shake
заплатила
the
за
country.
нее.
These
Но я думаю,
smaller
то, что все
stories are a
поймут,
waste
что
of
я
my
ем.
talents. Oh, I just remembered.
У других
I've
брендов
been
таких
following a
чипсов
case
нет.
lately. Well, a series of cases actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the
Привет,
headline
Шарлотте,
story in
есть
the
бенд.
Steambird,
Что?
oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will
Любимый
shed
играбельный и
tears of
неиграбельный
envy.
персонаж?
I've already gathered
Фиг
all
знает.
kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be
Нет,
revealed.
наверное.
So, what is the
У меня
serial
нету такого,
disappearances
то
of
что
young
любимый,
women
нелюбимый.
case?
Мне типа нравится
You mean the
ГГ.
culprit hasn't been found?
Прикольный персонаж.
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another
Странник,
girl
наверное, можно
disappears.
так считать.
What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age,
Который теперь
and that
зовется
they've all
Бриком.
vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Жалко Скоромучу.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Я буду мстить не в кошмарах. Я запущу новую ветку сна ей. Она будет долго спать. Видеть один и тот же сон. Каждый раз. От раза в раз.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte.
Это будет самый лучший сон в ее жизни.
By and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
Там не будет Чичи.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing
Там
everyone.
будет Чугун.
Well, where should we go now?
Он у нее будет С-40. Нет, С-168.
Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind.
Да-да-да.
This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Лучший персонаж в мире. Поверь, сил не хватит. За него мало кто играет. А Чича хотя бы полезная. Телепорты. Кошек не знаю. Люблю лис, люблю ежей. Юнотиков тоже. Ну, блядь, ну, мам. Давай пройдусь. Я помню, у меня стрим был, когда он сколько? Часов тоже 12 длился. Мы ёбнулись и вчетвером пошли от Инадзумы пешком до этого Манштата. Это было классно. Да, блять. Под юбку штаны, шорты девочек Геншин не всегда. Молодец. И так надо пешком, блядь. Имба. Уверяю. 100%. Не-не-не-не-не. Я не хочу. Блядь, мне вниз спускаться, ну ёбаный в рот. Если я в край ёбнусь, окей, но сейчас не хочу. Зажатая атака деда, блядь. Не, ребят, вы чё? Слишком жестко. Флекс на матчдат. Не-не-не-не-не-не-не. Не хочу. Пока что я не хочу проводить эти эксперименты. Нет, не хочу. Нет, я маму не обидеть. Не хочу. Жандарм кайфует. Это просто вот сидеть весь стрим и идти. Все. Назвать стрим. Я иду от Фонтейна до Инадзумы пешком. И идти. Все.
This
Я
is our current
дошел.
abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a...
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll
Их
take these
отец
to the
это
workshop.
Арлекино. Чё, блядь? Чат не пропускать, я не вижу. Сейчас на YouTube зашел, увидел.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe.
Сегодня,
It said that
пожалуйста.
a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine.
Я не
Though we
настолько
don't know where the
упоролся
dragon
еще,
went,
ребят.
every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Нет, не сегодня.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Я не выживу до вечера, я, скорее всего, лягу спать.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play...
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected. Was
there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of
У них,
Aranea.
кстати, вообще не продуманная система дорог здесь. Хотя бы две полосы ради приличия.
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry.
Чего тебе?
Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're on the
Сложное было предложение, но я откажусь. Нет.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need!
Каких 30 сердечек? Не было 30 сердечек. Я не буду себя так насиловать ради того, чтобы просто дойти. Типа, я не хочу сейчас экспериментов проходить. Эти эксперименты делать какие-то.
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made?
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials.
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made... No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a
Я
discount.
знаю, что я хочу. Я прохожу сюжетку Инадзумы. Ой, Инадзумы. Ёб твою мать, Фонтейн.
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money
Нифига
to
себе,
be made
Инадзуму
being a
нашел.
magician in Fontaine.
Неплохо. Мне нравится.
Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Окей, давай.
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself.
Давай, пока-пока.
But basically,
Спасибо, что
when a trial
заходил.
is in session, the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale harvests people's
Я
belief
уже
in
спать
justice
хочу,
and
жесть.
converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
Спасибо большое, тебе тоже.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Ну да, спасибо, я понял то, что во всех элементах жизни. Да, спасибо большое. Тебе тоже там удачно посрать, поссать, пожрать, попить, поесть, там, я не знаю, пройти на Дзуму, получить от Райден, дать Райден, взять от Райден, получить от Райден.
But it is unstable by nature.
Да.
Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words.
С двумя S пишется.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Conferee of
Спасибо,
Cabriere by next
спасибо.
month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no? 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your... If Conferee of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you...
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Спасибо, спасибо тебе тоже. Удачно поиграть, закрыть игру, открыть все эти телепорты, найти все окулы, закрыть вообще все, что есть в игре. Короче, да, удачи тебе во всем, во всех твоих начинаниях, во всех твоих окончаниях, заканчиваниях. Да, удачи тебе. Нет.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here
Я просто угораю
so
с
far.
момента. Я просто уже спать хочу, походу.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Okay.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you... Listen to me, boy. If you want your Mora, fine. Why don't you come?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get... You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense.
Не покакать уже было, лишнее.
Okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
Тебе удачи чайка попить, чипсиков навернуть, печенье навернуть, в нутеллу все обмакнуть, орео все заесть, молочком запить, молочко с медом разогреть, там газировочки попить, телефон зарядить.
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them.
Strange. How could that happen?
Never mind, it doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then...
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now.
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities.
Удачи включить свет, удачи смыть в туалет, удачи намылить шампунь, удачи побриться, удачи постричься.
One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it
But what is it?
She never explained that.
Удачи в удаче, да, удачи, удачи в удаче, удачи, 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 удачи, в удаче, в удаче, удачи, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, удачи, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, удачи, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче. Удачи, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче. Удачи, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче, в удаче. Удачи в Google Plex степени.
Seems a little. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling. Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm...
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion
Удачи в
duelist.
звездочке,
The
все.
champion
Я
duelists are
закончил.
all-powerful fighters
Круче
selected from
ничего
among the
нету.
nation's best. And the duel itself
Кто
is a
шарит, тот
no-holds-barred
знает.
fight with no specified stopping point.
Просто
So
удачи
engaging
тебе в
in such a duel is
звездочке.
regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to
Ты не
stand trial.
понял прикола
And
про
the worst case
звездочку.
scenario
Я
is that you're
правильно
simply
понял?
killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted... Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to
Спасибо
Fontaine.
большое, спасибо,
Apparently, the one
Киборг,
I'm meeting today,
спасибо.
Clarend, is the strongest of the
Огромное
champion
тебе
duelists.
спасибо.
I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Florand. Huh.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Я молчу. Я разве молчу? Я ж не молчу. Чё?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to it.
Whatever gave you that idea?
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do
Он
for now,
жестяная банка.
we might as well walk around.
Сколько? 8 часов стрим идет, ёб твою насрал.
The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the... sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The whodunits here in Fontейн are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more...
Я не путаю.
well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it. Oh, sorry about that. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see... Lenny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
So these are the kind of headlines they're going for these days.
Investing too much emotion puts you at risk of doing something irrational.
Ебать, это что за замок? Хуя себе. Плюс 1000 комментов. Подожди, Ветель, а это замок, я так понимаю, который будет... Это замок должен, наверное, относиться к новой территории Фонтейна, скорее всего. Который будет связывать Каэнриах.
So these are the kind of headlines they're going for these days.
Investing too much emotion puts you at risk of doing something irrational.
Спасибо. Не знаешь? Где? А чё за модель логотипа? Это где? Блять. Офанчест. Сука. Юрик, блять. Ой, блять. Ну, орфографию было бы хорошо потянуть на самом деле. Круглая штука с изображением. А почему ты думаешь, что это логотип? Ну это шестеренка, да, или нет? Подожди. Нет, это не шестеренка. Где? А почему ты думаешь, что это логотип? А, просто я так назвал. Надо наверх куда-то. Ёпт. Ну, аквабус, а не аквобус. Потому что, типа, с латыни аква — это вода. Поэтому. Что исследовать можно было. Офигенно. Эльфан. Ты Степан? Типа этого. Вот еще и тюрьма или что-то. Типа того. А. Есть, подожди. Мне к тебе надо подойти. Здравствуйте! Сейчас. Ну, поехали.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elsa.
Спасибо, спасибо, спасибо,
The boat will be
спасибо.
departing imminently. Please do not
Наш
stick
аквабус
your
готовился
head,
к отправлению. Во время путешествия на аквабусе персоналом запрещается устанавливать наружу голову, руки и другие части тела. Оператор аквабуса не несет ответственность за несчастные случаи травм, полученные пассажиром в результате нарушения правил поездки. Также приглашаю пассажиров приобретать газету «Паровая птица». Сама, правда, я ее не читаю. Плохо. А что ты без штанов, ты в курсе? Наш аквабус следует к острову Эрни и стоит посетить фонтан Люсин и оперный театр Эпиклез. Обратите внимание, слева по борту возвышается знаменитый исследовательский институт Фонтейна. Благодаря неудачному эксперименту у нас появилась новая достопримечательность. Изобретательность людей поистине достойна восхищения. Павел, спасибо за фоллоу. В смысле без штанов-то ладно, но там... Девочка Фури без штанов, без трусов, пиздец. 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 Жестко. Итак, мы прибываем к станции, покидая аквабус, не забывайте свои личные вещи. Все забытые на борту вещи от нашего бюро находок, но там требуют заполнить опись, а мне как бы этого не хотелось. Руки мелюзин плохо приспособлены к письму, походу. Осторожнее при сходе с аквабуса. Была рада провести для вас экскурсию. Спасибо за внимание. Пока. Кто куда, а я пошел открывать телепорт. Телепорт — это хорошо. А, извиняюсь, ты вот. Вот ты где. Вот ты где. Где Гидрокул? Где он? Он мне надо, остальное мне не надо. Отлично. Я вернулся под новым видео, 23 коммента вместо 2. Ёпа, РСТ! Я реально пойду сейчас и проверю. Ёб твою мать! Ну удачи тебе. Удачи твоей маме, удачи твоему отцу, удачи твоему коту, удачи в бургере, удачи в котлете, удачи в салате, удачи в удаче, удачи во всем. Удачи, удачи. Привет, я со стрима. У меня вопрос к людям, которые задают вопросы под мои видео с Стар против сил зла. Все же написано в описании, ну ёб твою насрать, ну ребята. Два мужика целуются, да. Понятно. Нет, спасибо большое. Ты мне уже так много удачи пожелал. Мне больше не надо. Я уже на всю жизнь. Веталь хорош. Ляха-муха обратно. Ладно, ну раз надо, так надо. Давай пиши еще. Леляпорт. Ты кто? Пудель? Неплохо. Воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу-воу. Красиво. Правда. Веледа.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The opera at Claire's. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and...
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as
I guess if there are, kid, then there's no...
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine.
Вот она интересный факт.
Here.
Ум ребенку передается от женщины. Теперь живите с этим.
What's wrong? No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children. Lenny asked me to wait here for you.
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you?
I see. I might be able... In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a...
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would he...
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me. When...
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really...
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense... Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converge. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So...
Oh, right.
О. У меня их, по-моему, вообще нет. Есть. Кайф. Сколько их? 50? Конечно. Как обычно. Красный бордюр на карте, да, туда нельзя. Там заканчивается локация. Ну, красный барьер.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would...
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world!
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
Я смотрю.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Yes.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Linny!
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Все комментарии мне в проверку попали как спам. Классно.
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a...
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
Окей, Ветель. Окей. Разлом экономию. Разлом, да, экономию нет. У меня экономия такая, типа 50-50 максимально. Ну и разлом не фуловый. 48%. Ура, ты смог написать слово жалоба. Правильно. Ура, ура, ура. Ура, ура, ура. Ты смог. Ты смог. Ты киборг, который смог. Я не издеваюсь, я радуюсь. Ты чё? Эма первое место. Что за тема? А ты кто? Чисто вип-персона.
Oh, this should be our seat.
С комментами все хорошо.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Oh, you little...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with...
Oh, wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry.
Это же Ризли?
Oh, Paimon's got it.
A friend, you say?
А, нет, это не Ризли.
Mr. Lin...
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in...
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your... And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself.
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to...
Ah, Mr. Linny. I should say it is in fact an honor...
Wait, Nervillet?
Hmm? I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know whom... Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him.
Какого
It wouldn't be
Юдекса?
too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and...
Whoa! Sorry for being so...
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has. And by the way, I should probably let you know, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise...
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start!
Попозже. Или потом, не знаю.
Sorry. Bye, Mama.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Красиво, красиво.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting...
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the... I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may... If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the...
Oh.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little fast. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up.
Вернулся.
Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
Что мне сказать нужно? Что?
59, 58. That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see.
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Neville?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just...
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable.
40, 39, 38! Mr. Linney, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example...
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't...
25! 24! What's wrong, Mr. Linney?
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black.
Never mind the decorations.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20...
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned.
Киборг, я тебе говорю, лично тебе все хорошо. Слышишь?
I know 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10! Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again. 7! Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
Окей, окей. Давай, давай.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Linney, you're going to use magic to fix...
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Какая-то жесть.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name... Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused... As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowl in the box. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that it appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the... And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of...
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
I know the truth. I can see through the... I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearance...
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing... Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear...
That can't be right! How come he was in the box on the stage the entire time? Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comment...
Huh? I just think that he... Well,
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites
Ей не
me
хватает
even
мудрости.
more than... That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, then there's no problem at all. But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw.
But draws, so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser.
Ура, суд.
Wasn't a draw. She obviously.
I understand. Charges have... Well, traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in... Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the opera. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
Жестоко, жестоко.
Lenny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could... Good to hear. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here.
Ура, 49-й.
How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be
Huh? What?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even... I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe...
По делу вы можете проверить статус сбора доказательств и улик, а также упорядочить информацию о деле. В журнале по делу вы можете увидеть еще не найденные доказательства и улики и отправлять в соответствующую область, чтобы найти их. Используйте навык восприятия, чтобы искать доказательства и улики. Радуйся себя, это повысит шанс общий прогресс. Информация о погибшем. Ты. Ура, я Хайдзо. На это место и пришел сюда, не окажись Коул внутри волшебного ящика, он бы что? Он бы мог вернуться от падающего резервуара. Па-па-пау. Жандармы закончили осмотр происшествия, оставив на сцене сломанный волшебный ящик. Видно, что резервуар с водой сильно расплющил ящик. Это и так было понятно. Порвалось уронив. Выглядит довольно прочно, как оно могло быстро разгореть этот фейерверк.
Whoa. Look! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something... Wait!
Веревка для подвешивания резервуара с водой внезапно оборвалась, когда на сцене запускали фейерверк. Расследование показало, что в месте обрыва веревка была изготовлена из легкого воспламеняющегося материала. Вот это пиздец длинное слово. Так, подожди, там еще что-то было. Жандарм, расскажи мне, шо к чему.
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently considered. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Легко воспламеняющийся.
Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Фонтейн who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Ну, я просто когда читаю, я просто уже сонный, начнем с этого.
She wasn't a regular at the opera house,
Поэтому
but
читаю
she'd been feeling
долго.
some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the feat.
Were the victims of previous
Да,
cases
стрим
also
идет долго.
chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the
9
fact that they
часов.
were all young women of around the same.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen, it is of utmost importance that...
Пропавшая по имени Холзи, известная художница, которая пришла посмотреть магическое шоу, чтобы снять напряжение от работы. Она не вовлечена в какую-либо вражду с представителем магической труппы Линни. Тарантино, скажи мне что-нибудь.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still...
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seat.
Let you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Мне кажется, что он тут вообще ни при чем. Устройство, использующееся для выбора счастливчиков из числа зрителей в магическом шоу Лини. Только после того, как жандармы провели расследование, выяснилось, что машина постоянно выдает одни и те же результаты. Очевидно, кто-то изменил ее настройки в недобрых целях. Пиздец.
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads...
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first?
The thud? Oh!
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind.
That makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping it, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for...
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Во время фокуса с волшебными ящиками раздался отчетливый глухой звук, который слышали многие зрители, присутствующие в зале.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have... I think someone will be assigned to
О, куда точка показывает? Ай, ема. О, Ветель хорош.
Yes, both of you. Over here.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to...
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under...
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find
Really? We think so too! But how did...
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Как много пафоса,
Farina
боже
sure
мой.
was quick to point the finger at Lenny without any decisive evidence but that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her... Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges.
And, of course, there was
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times. All right, I've answered your question.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and Maloose?
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, that if that can be done...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint invest...
Wait! Since when did we become assistant?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that demoiselle... You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel...
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something...
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing...
Запусть.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the...
No, we're not leaving. We're representing... Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in, so the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on. I doubt there was much opportunity.
How can you be so
Well, because I was in charge of security, I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If we Melazines are good at that sort...
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have... Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful
Тут
info.
100% есть дополнительные выходы, входы и так далее и тому прочее. Во время шоу никто не покидал оперный театр, а после инцидента его могли покинуть только те, чьи личности были установлены жандармами.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going.
Вообще Линни говорил то, что он хочет на крышу, типа над
Then I will be
зрителями.
going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and...
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable.
Но как забрался его помощник, туда
as a
тоже не
gift for
понял.
you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing...
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia, and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just...
О, нифига себе.
Hey, we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other...
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far...
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Very good indeed. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right.
Окей.
Oh, so So there was a passageway under the magic box?
I knew you'd figure out most of it. The two magic boxes are positioned right. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the.
I see. So that's the purpose.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through
Он
this
пока себя
device
только
here,
закапывает.
with which it would complete the rest. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark.
Right! You were talking that whole.
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a
And what about Lynette?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh,
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And by the way, I was the one who walked.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette.
So that's how it all worked! Wow!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never. And yet, to think that someone was. Could we have a look around? I think we can come.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone.
Ема, да я все это понял, я запомнил. Ёпарасоте. Так, допустим. Лестница, хорошо. Танцы, блин, хорошо.
What looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
There's. Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is.
Крюк на веревке, а он нафига нужен? Непонятно. Ваза разбита.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for water to begin. Here's a broken vase.
That can't be. The trouble.
Let's.
Допустим. Одежда, кстати.
Oh, these are the clothes. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be.
Right. And do you really need to do that? If you. Ugh. This is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through.
Huh. Could this...
Alone, perhaps. But if they had...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
Я не понимаю. Пока вообще не понимаю.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns.
Apologies for the wait.
So, what did the guards say? Did the
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually...
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Оливок мало, потому что копить не умеешь.
So if the charges are upheld, they'll
Учись
announce the
копить.
sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has its own will, and is a...
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that the...
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the oratrice will be consulted by officials. The resultant...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? I thought Novelette called the shots.
Научись, я же говорю,
In
научись.
practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in... Yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed
Бежать
to
на
leave
все
this
подряд.
place before the trial.
Хочешь персонажа, жди, копи. Персонаж вышел, покрутила.
That makes
Все.
us...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside, and even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we have...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that. Paimon thinks they have a point. That said,
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to... I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweet...
breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Хорошо.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks.
Huh?
Understood, mademoiselle. Everyone, please
Ответы
come with me.
максимально крутые. Я просто спать хочу. А если ты заметил или заметила, я не знаю, как правильно обращаться, я стримлю уже 9 часов 30 минут.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste
Шикарная
my awesome
идея.
snacks soon enough.
Максимально.
Quite the interesting group.
Я когда 24-часовой стрим вел, я уснул на 2 часа на стриме. Мне хватило.
And Paimon thought it smelled from the way you had these two guys carrying all that, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read
Muchacho,
books, sip
здорово.
tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
Паймон прекрасный
Don't
человек.
underestimate beating egg
Человек
whites, by the way.
существо, но она
It's a
не
real
консервная
arm workout.
банка.
You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your
Дела
macarons will crack.
нормально, правда спать уже хочу.
Give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is demoiselle's favorite. Strong black, no need for concern. I merely...
Эх, дед не хочет с нами попить чайку.
All right then.
Обидно.
Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, however, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack...
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding
Я
of
не
her
знаю,
clothes,
как он у тебя
and her
развалился. Я не знаю, чем тебе помочь.
Perhaps the
Склей.
criminal thought that since she was
Возьми
chosen
за
from the crowd,
ленту.
she would be too
Возьми
easy to
скотч.
identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Клей ПВА не используй, он не клеит пластик.
The real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are...
Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive.
Как в квартире не может быть скотча? У меня вопрос. Как? Это тот продукт, который практически не нужен, но он всегда есть дома.
From the sound of things, this is turning into a... Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're not...
They are my specialty.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might...
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon... Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons...
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Если что, это бот. Я ничего не делал.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied.
All right, thanks for your help.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Третья сторона, ёб твою мать. Давайте еще 4-ю, 5-ю, 6-ю, 7-ю. Чтоб там вообще все были причастны. Прям все. Чем не повод, как говорится. Чем плохо. Так, подожди, достижение. Примагемы. Примагемы. Пошли судиться, чё уж. О, тут можно красивую картинку посмотреть. Я не долетел. Ладно.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia.
Best of luck to you.
Ну, погнали. Сейчас будет весело. Сейчас будет, походу, весело.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your...
To be honest, you might be
No. We're already very grateful.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of the... But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial... Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we...
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates...
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement. You ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the...
Yes, that's correct.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady...
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Lenny is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were...
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask,
Это та самая легендарная вырезка из этого. Из дебатов. Сука. Блять, это оно.
And you didn't hear anything else?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud.
Huh?
Hey.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the...
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette at
the House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with...
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that... Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure
Мне уже самому стрёмно становится что-то отвечать.
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes
Тебе кажется, поверь. Сейчас я по фактам расхуярю. Подожди.
Good thing I made all those preparations.
Hey, Lenny, why didn't you
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members. Are these claims true? Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true.
Что происходит?
Well, that's it. We might
Да заткнитесь все нахрен.
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as...
The defendant deceived their own attorneys.
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense in that case, my dear audience. Let's allow...
Покалорс, успокойся, ёб твою мать.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro... I'm sorry, Trap...
Yeah.
Paimon just knew it. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised, but our organization is very, very large, and the...
Right now, we want to save people.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us right. So, you be the judge. Heck, you met a Fatus who works as a magician, but still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Блядь, линия еще и русский. Что за пиздец?
At least...
Sorry.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first.
Of course.
I'll answer any question. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to...
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was... Which should have been impossible, of course. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution, and on the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown was almost... After that, the homicide occurred
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal...
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust, but like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty... If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations... Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Кажется, это еще и преступление, ёб твою, что происходит? Потуй, ёб твою мать.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue...
That took long enough. Now then, at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Вы можете установить несостоятельные части свидетельства, основываясь на изложении событий другой стороны. Используйте полученные в ходе расследования произошествия доказательства и улики, чтобы опровергнуть несомнительные звенья событий и заменить их новыми заключениями. Убедите аудиторию с опровержениями, чтобы добиться большей поддержки вашей точки зрения. Оратрис будет четко показывать такие изменения. Красный это я или синий это я? Когда найдете и опровергните все несостоятельные звенья, выполните цикл опровержения, чтобы раскрыть истину. Я синий, хорошо. С начала обратного счета он спустился в тоннель. Когда мимо пробежала тележка, он открыл ящик, и у них с Холзи случилась борьба, в результате которой мы услышали тот самый звук. Звук казался настолько громким, что его услышали все присутствующие в зрительном зале, но Линни об этом не подумал. Поэтому во время допроса он сказал, что лишь слышал обратный отсчет. Линни ударил Холзи цветочной вазой, и девушка потеряла сознание, чтобы Холзи не узнали, и снял с нее одежду. Фу. Даже звучит стрёмно. Кол решил проверить, что за странный звук раздался из тоннеля, и застал Линни на месте преступления, поэтому Линни ударил и Коула, а затем затащил его в ящик. После чего Линни передал находившийся без сознания Холзи своему сообщнику через волшебный ящик в зрительном зале, а затем задействовал свой реквизит, чтобы смерть Коула выглядела как несчастный случай. Вот что случилось на самом деле. Конечно, могу. Мне нравится то, что с каждым апдейтом у главного героя все больше фраз. в первой версии Геншина она сказала, блядь, 2 слова. 2, блядь. По-моему, за 2 или за 3 патча она реально сказала там 2-3 слова. Сейчас она хотя бы что-то уже думает. Я рад. Хорошо, хорошо, хорошо. Так. Линия вошел в тоннель, когда начался обратный отсчет. Через вентиляционный проник в подвальное помещение, где хранится ядро. Он не видел, что в это время происходило в тоннеле, поэтому опровергнуть. В смысле, блядь? Что, блядь? Время фокус с волшебными... Да, лучше не подсказывать. С волшебным ящиком раздался отчетливый глухой звук, который услышали. Линия входит в туннель. Но он пошел в туннель, блядь. Что? Да что за хуй... Алло, блядь! А? Пиздец. Ладно, давайте с этого. Что за хуйня, не понял, блядь. Линия похищает Холзи. Линия оглушил Холзи водой. Во! Да в смысле, блядь? Он пошел, сука, к этому ебаному ядру, блядь. Линия нападает на Холзи. Блядь. Аллилуйя, хоть где-то, блядь. Спасибо, нахуй. Чё за хуйня, блядь? Лини похищает Холзи. Да в смысле, блядь? За хуйня. Да-да-да, лучше не надо. Вот эта херня самая логичная, блядь. Он там не был. Окей, это хотя бы как-то логично. Так, что еще раз? Кол застал Линию во время преступления, поэтому Линия оглушил Кол вазой и сфабриковал дело. Согласно имеющим доказательствам, когда Линия вернулся в тоннель, было совершено, и он увидел только одежду девушки, правильно, которая случилась в тоннеле. Ага. Блять, Паймон, пиздец, кринж.
When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. And in order to finally, he reached the surface. And that was when the accident happened from his point of view.
Прекрасно. Опровергнуто. Ура!
other words, you believe that he knew nothing of—
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what— Of course I do. If he had been in the magic— You're saying that he wasn't.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof!
Well, to think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Выбирайте иконки шестерни в меню, чтобы смотреть соответствующие вопросы по делу. Правильное заключение можно проверить, выбрав ответы и заполнив все свободные шестерни. В случае ошибки придется выбирать вновь из оставшихся вариантов. Ебать! Ответив на все вопросы правильно, вы завершите текущую логическую цепочку. Расследование палаты Жардинаж выявило, что веревка, удерживающая резервуар с водой, лопнула от воздействия фейерверков, запущенных в конце иллюзионного представления. В результате падения резервуара погиб Коул, находившийся в волшебном ящике. Если исключить, что преступление совершил Линни, подменить реквизит мог только кто-то из членов труппы. Линни подробно объяснил задумку. Фокус. Внутри большого ящика был спрятан потайной ящик, куда и заходил человек из зрительного зала. Ящик со зрителем перемещался к сцене по тоннелю, а сам Линни по тому же тоннелю проходил к ящику в зрительном зале. На сцене в это время Линнет, переодетая в костюм Линни, и ее ассистент. В тоннеле обнаружена одежда, принадлежавшая пропавшей Холзи. Так она оказалась там, неизвестно. Любую улику, чтобы узнать подробности. Погибшего звали Коул, и он был ассистентом Линни, у него имелся доступ к реквизиту. Пропавшую девушку звали Холзи, она была обычной зрительницей или преступницей, у которой имелся свой план. Возможно. В деле был задействован кто-то третий. Возможно ли это? Блять. У меня есть подозрение на вот это. То, что... Да ладно, блять. Что? Как-то тупо. Данила Ликаев. Да, но не сейчас.
That can't be right. Are you serious?
Oh, is that so? What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator...
No one entered or left the opera house through
За
its
все это время
entrances.
никто не выходил, не выходил из театра. Куда преступник спрятал Холзи?
The deceased's name is Cowell. Halsey's
Понятно.
clothing was in the tunnel. The
Понятно.
sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing
Холзи с
Halsey and the criminal.
преступником.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at
Ленни
that
ушел в тоннель, и у преступника было достаточно
It would have
времени.
been tough for both people to fit
Вдвоем
into
пробраться
that
через
vent.
вентиляционный ход
They
практически
would likely have
невозможно.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at. The deceased's name is Cowell. The sound we heard may have come from a. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So there must.
Да, блять.
Lenny was not in the tunnel.
Линии тут точно
The
есть.
sound we heard may have come.
Звук тоже есть.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Одежда, а Коул тут вообще ни при чем. Да, блять, в смысле нахуй?
It would have been tough for both people to. The deceased's name is Cowell. It would have been tough
Ну,
for
по
both
всей
people.
видимости, вот это
The deceased's
и
name
Коул.
is Cowell.
В смысле, блять?
The deceased's name is Cowell. It would have been
А, я
tough for
только
both
одну
people to-
неправильно выбрал. Что?
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring
I see how it is. So this was all.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient?
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clap. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to.
100%, 100%.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method.
Just how could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some. Must we really? I should think that magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's
Even so, I trust the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reason. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have...
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes.
Я сейчас еще пойду
Nevertheless, I believe
гулять.
that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of...
О, это кайф.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Ffontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is...
You gotta be kidding! People dissolve...
It's something so ridiculous.
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use... Just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partner?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be... Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please...
Of course. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the prime...
Вот этот крюк вообще тут... Он тут к чему? Чего этот крюк нужен?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Ну, может быть такое, ладно.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The rope that strung the water... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was...
Блять.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. The water from the primordials... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with... The rope that strung the water tank... Now it seems like the hook rope was...
Пиздец.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Почему он поменял сразу? Ну, блядь, и вода. Спасибо, ёбаный в рот.
It's Ace Detective. In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector, when the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water... Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel. With the remaining evidence, but he encountered something unexpected.
Huh. That does make...
That actually links together a lot of the more...
Спасибо.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact... His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to...
On that note, the guards have just contacted. I shall now invite him on stage to show...
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among...
What?
That can't be. Oh, I see. Does this not clear, my dear citizens, my loyal audience? Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice... That upon his return in cruel avarice. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed... Am I right, Mr.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the rope?
Да ладно, блядь. Охуеть.
Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a
I think we've all seen enough now. And I believe this is indeed... Now then, my good, noble chief...
Excuse me, everyone.
Miss, I must ask you not to
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from... I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young... What in...
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals, but once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most... Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't, but as the magic makers and stars of the show...
I understand.
And voila.
За хуйня.
Sorry. Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be... I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me.
That'll teach you to...
Where should I begin? What? Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. I heard that Lenny's show was going to be a real thriller, but that's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Well, I thought that would be the end of it, but then the number selector even mentioned the fortress never paid. That's a present, isn't it? You can imagine how shocked I was, so I played along the show, looking for opening to flee. But then I got a water poured on me for no reason, and someone jumped in the top and at me.
Так, сейчас все окей.
There was nowhere to run from there, though. So I had to change my clothes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to...
Короче, я сейчас отойду и приду. Блять. Что тут случилось? Я не уснул. Ой, блядь. Жизнь нормально. Так, Линия входит в тоннель. Вошел в тоннель после начала обратного отчета. После этого он покинул тоннель. И не участвовал в растворении девушки. Не участвовал. Использовал заранее подготовленный реквизит, чтобы растворить Холзи в волшебном ящике. Раз Холзи появилась перед публикой целый невредим, значит... Урина несостоятельна. Как бы отреагировала Холзи, если у нее похлынула вода? А хуй его знает. Чего у меня есть вообще? Блять. Какое огромное озеро? Я не понимаю. Конкретнее, какое большое озеро? Я не знаю, о чем ты. Я бы помог с радостью, но я не понимаю. Я понимаю, что на карте, но я не понимаю, о каком большом озере ты говоришь. Блять, в смысле? Там, где корабли? Это тебе сюжетку проходить надо. Это небольшое озеро, это океан.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Сюжетку Манштата всю пройти нужно. Сюжетку Инадзумы всю пройти нужно. Драконий хребет весь пройти нужно. Там, по-моему, с 15 ранга приключений ты только сможешь попасть. А если ты там не откроешь локацию, то плохо будет.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann. Lily-Ann was a...
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
Ты гений.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open. Hearing the commotion, Cowl leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian, with no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance
Давай.
ended.
Проходи сюжетку. Она очень интересная. Главное, слушай, потом вместе с нами в дебаты будешь встревать сюжетные. Это интересно. Yes. Я походу понял, как это все работает. Я надеюсь, что это не первый и последний раз. Потому что я походу понял, как это работает.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses.
At this point, all the events that...
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina. Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind
Поверь
now?
Сумеру больше.
No.
Потом поймешь.
I have no further arguments.
Главное, проходи первое задание, которое у тебя во вкладочке задания, а не все остальные, которые у тебя там это. Задание легенд проходи, и задание архонтов. Задание мира это попа-боль. Но их тоже проходить надо.
With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Посмотрим, как ты ОГЭ сдашь.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, God. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know.
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Давай, удачи тебе тоже.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket.
I was just following. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said—
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes?
Завтра стрим,
Therefore, you would
наверное,
be
будет.
wise to tell everything you know and seek the protection of the
Скорее всего,
gods.
да?
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances—
Классно. Чел пропал.
Now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you'd, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I, to survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would. Before long, an aristocrat came to me.
So you went from orphans to...
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye, but I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would...
That doesn't seem too bad either.
It took a while for me to realize. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not... I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift.
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And they have their... I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood.
So, she'd already...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement. Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so... The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it...
So, she believes in that.
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort. All of us House members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
7 утра по Москве.
From small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe if you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me.
Bye, Linny.
Это было классно.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navi?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial... Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
На каком задании? На первом задании сюжетки Фонтейна. Все, что я тебе могу сказать. Я не знаю, какое оно по счету. А Боба, здорово.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who've been cracking? And given that there's new evidence from the trial...
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little sorry. I might...
Don't say that, Navi.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the... sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to... Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to come...
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating, can't Paimon...
Oh, wonderful.
Паймон
In that
легко
case,
подкупить.
why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time.
All right, then. Let's have our farewell...
Ура. На этом я, скорее всего, стрим буду заканчивать, потому что я очень сильно устал. Стрим идет 10 часов 35 минут. Хлеб, не знаю, смотря какой. Хлеб есть разный. Но хлеб — это хлеб. Короче, вот. Ты шо? Ты чё передергивает? Люмин, ты шо? Жру как угодно. Жри. Тебе никто не мешает. Если нравится, ешь. Не знаю, что еще честно сказать. Вот, а так, ребят, всем спасибо, кто пришел на данный стрим. Всем удачи, всем пока. Breakovsky был с вами. Завтра, скорее всего, тоже будет стримчик. Может, я и сегодня еще запущу стрим, но уже не по Геншину. Вот, так что ждите новостей в телеграм-канале. Там в Дискорде, все дела. Вот. Всем удачи, всем пока-пока.